Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for August 15, 2023. Let's start off with some announcements. First, I'd like the town administrator, if you don't mind, to make an announcement with respect to the warrant article 19.
Sure.
And then afterwards, I have an announcement that I want to make too.
Okay.
And then I'll open it up to the other board members.
Thanks. Number of positive developments with regard to some of the referrals that have been made to the to the select board from last spring's town meeting. Warrant Article 19 was referred to the select board regarding Black and Brown Commission for further review. I'm pleased to announce that in the miscellaneous agenda tonight is a proposal for the select board to approve hiring the bringing on an outside facilitator in order to help the community move productively towards productive solutions on that front. I want to just sorry. So the proposal is in the select board's packet from the Center for Restorative Justice at Suffolk University. The leader of the team is Professor Mez Rothstein, a former Brookline resident and actually the founder of the Driscoll School Diversity Committee. Just excellent community member, well-versed in Brookline history, past and present, and the issues involved there. The aim of this lengthy project is to promote consensus among the community members about how we are to move forward in ensuring that marginalized voices in the community are given a meaningful voice in the processes of the town and community. So I'm very excited. We have budgeted a not to exceed amount of $17,000 for that work. And then concurrently, as you can see in the memorandum in the packet, with regards to investigations that have been or allegations that have been made to the Committee on Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Community Relations, I've referred those matters to an outside investigator. I hope to have those concluded expeditiously. So those are the issues regarding that referral. And I just want to thank the board for its support and patience as we work through those issues. And I look forward to, with the community, being a part of that reconciliation process with the Suffolk University Center for Restorative Justice, really developing proactive solutions to the issues identified by the proponents of Warrant Article 19 with regards to marginalized voices, particularly Black and Brown voices within this community. So thank you.
Thank you, Chaz. Okay, next, I want to start with a sort of request to the community. There's been a lot of chatter on social media and elsewhere about things like charter change, more generally, how to make Brookline government more efficient and responsive to various people's individual and general needs and concerns. For example, the Committee on Town Organization and Structure held a meeting on August 9 that included a detailed discussion on ideas related to charter change. Secondly, the League of Women Voters and the Brookline Neighborhood Alliance are holding a forum on September 27 to also discuss charter change related issues. A group of residents are also collecting signatures to set up a charter commission, and there's also talk of other warrant articles and other actions with respect to general issue of charter change and general local governance. Many other people have expressed ideas as to how to improve Brookline's government. Now, personally, I am agnostic with respect to charter change or any of these other changes. There are many inefficiencies and other problems with how we operate under the form of town government that has evolved in Brookline, but whether they justify major or minor changes is yet to be determined, at least in my mind. In the meantime, what I'd like to do is to ask the select board at our next meeting to begin to reach out to town residents, asking them what they think are the problems with our current form of government and what solutions, if any, they think should be considered to fix or improve on those problems. With that information, the select board may be able to propose some simple fixes to issues that bother people, and that will address people's concerns, which may or may not make more drastic action unnecessary. The information will also help us flesh out the underlying concerns that people have about the way that Brookline government operates, including the select board. And this is not an alternative to more drastic changes that some are proposing. And those changes can proceed if they are appropriate, even if we find ways to improve town government under the current way that we operate. I'll put this on the agenda for our September 12th meeting, and if the select board approves, we can put a form on our webpage that residents can use to tell us where they think there are problems with town government and any suggestions that they may have. So to be coming up at our next meeting. Any other comments or updates from select board members? Miriam?
Thank you. So I have a lovely little package tonight that I'm going to share with everybody and encourage you to go get one of your own free at the health department. You too can have Narcan, and I really encourage you all to do it. It's free. It's very, very easy to use. And if you are ever in presence of suspected overdose, just give a couple squirts in the nose. And a little fun fact, when this was being tested for safety, I was in the control group. Let me just point, that was in the control group. So this was about, I was a resident. So this was in like 2000. So I have personally experienced Narcan nasal spray, and there's very little to no side effects. So if you accidentally give it to somebody, it is not a problem. So I encourage everyone to have some on them. We know we are dealing with an opioid epidemic, and we want to be able to save lives. That's it. That's my PSA.
Thank you. Any other comments, updates, et cetera, from the select board? John.
Two brief ones. One is to congratulate and welcome Darlene Johnson, just appointed as of yesterday, Brookline Department of Public Health and Human Services Community Health Manager, 15-year employee of the department, and very good to know that she will be in that position. And the second one is to make note that one of the things that has become more and more a feature in Brookline, and a very welcome feature in Brookline, is the parklets, not parks, but parklets. And that is, these very small park-like spaces that we have managed to add in our commercial districts primarily. And one of them will be welcomed with a ribbon cutting event tomorrow, Wednesday at 11 a.m. at 15 Harvard Street. That's in front of Starbucks. And, might be fun for some folks to attend and just celebrate one of those things that makes Brookline a even better place to, and a more enjoyable place to experience on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you. Michael.
I want to report that the Carlton Street footbridge is open. It's been in process perhaps for longer than it was in existence in terms of getting it fixed, and it's changed fairly dramatically from what Olmsted put together, but presumably in the direction of making it safer and more accessible, quite a bit more accessible. There's going to be a formal ribbon cutting and a celebration from 1 to 3 p.m. on Sunday, September 17th. But in the meantime, it's wide open. Everybody's free to use it. And for those of you who want to try it out, inaugurate it, I hope you'll do that.
Great.
Okay.
John.
It just occurred to me, we're not going to be meeting again, I think, until September 12th. And so this is our last chance to promote and plug Brookline Day, which is coming to Coolidge Corner, right? And last year was just a smashing success, and I think will be an equally smashing success this year. I know there's been a particular outreach to restaurants to contact our Parks and Rec department to maybe become part of the Brookline Day restaurant aspect, but the many different aspects to it. It's a lot of fun. Watch for all of the information about it coming up on September 10th.
Thank you. Yeah. And right after Brookline Day, there'll be our annual event
Memorializing.
memorializing the September 11th event.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, that was an external attack on our country, and we're now facing a lot of internal attacks that are as deadly and as outrageous as September 11th was. So we'll probably be focusing more on recognizing the work of first responders, particularly fire and police. Generally, when we have catastrophes, whether natural or man-made, in the community. But I just want to make sure that people are aware that that the September 11th event will occur again this year at Firehouse number 5. We'll have some great speakers, including the guy next to me here. And it will be a very meaningful event for the community. So with that, I'd like to move on to public comment. John, could you
Here we go.
discuss the rules? And
Yep. So to the public, thank you for joining us for public comment. It's our opportunity to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. There are a few rules. Each person tonight will be limited to 3 minutes. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions. We may be able to provide a quick answer, more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. And we'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. So please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Quick reminder of something a little bit new, which is that we do limit the session to 15 minutes, but if there are more people than can fit into 15 minutes, we'll reserve some time if we can at the end of the meeting for some additional. Devin, who's first on the list?
The first person signed up for public comment is Tom Cates.
Real quick. I just want to make clear, just so everyone is aware, there is a public hearing for the MBTA Communities Act on the record there. There will be a separate comment period during that article for those issues specifically. So if you have a comment for something regarding the MBTA Communities Act, please hold your comment for that period. This public comment period is for comments other than those relating to the MBTA Communities Act. Thank you.
And I do want to clarify that we have 7 speakers already at 2 minutes apiece signed up. So that is
2 or 3? 2?
2 minutes per person. So that
Okay.
gets us to the 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I've advised people who've been emailing that they can either stick around and wait till the end of the meeting to make their comments or send them in writing.
Yeah.
Thank
So that's a correction of what I said, which was 3. So 2 is just.
No,
just
3 minutes for this, 3 minutes for our general public comment
Yeah.
period and 2 minutes per person for the MBTA Communities
Oh,
Act
for
public
that
hearing.
part. Okay.
Given the interest.
Want to be sure
Yes.
everybody understood. Okay.
okay, go ahead.
I'm Tom Cates, sorry, apologies. I'm Tom Cates, and I don't know if you can share that video, but I wanted to talk about major flooding problems on Bartlett Crescent, and I want to bring to the attention of the select board significant flood and flash flood problem that has become a major problem on Bartlett Crescent. As you know, Bartlett Crescent is at the bottom of a very large hill with Corey Road and ultimately Summit Avenue above. With the change in current weather and climate patterns favoring large quantity rainfalls, we have seen near biblical floods on our street, resulting significant damage in houses and other buildings. The hill now seems to act like a fire hose, bringing high intensity water down the hill at immense volume. With some neighbors cutting down trees on the hillside and now the large project at 5 Washington Street also clear cutting trees, it's now even worse. I would also note that I showed the 5 Washington Street developers the video of the flash flood. By the way, that's the aftermath of a flash flood. It wasn't even raining at that point, so it was much worse during the flood that I have here. And they said that they were impressed with the video and made their designs above code to deal with the potential for floods. That new building has now suffered at least 2 major floods. The most recent on July 29th, when they suffered a massive flood with more than 18 inches of water in their lower basement, and the building has yet to open. We now have the new 45 Bartlett Crescent project in Brookline about to get their permit any day, and they propose cutting yet more trees on the hillside. From what we understand, every single tree on their property will be removed. We are asking the select board to intervene to first prevent the removal of these critical trees And then to make sure the town engineer and the building commissioner can assure us that this building at the very bottom of a large hill, subject to massive flash floods, can withstand these pressures. Also, to assure us that the street's drainage capacity is enough to withstand this new construction. The town is about to issue a building permit to 45 Bartlett Crescent. We ask it be put on hold until the flooding issue is more completely investigated. Clearly, the example of 5 Washington Street shows that the developers of these buildings do not understand the scale of these floods. We are aware that 40B projects get a lot of leeway in what they can do. However, increasing flooding issues should not be one of the areas that they can just give lip service to. Before the permit is fully authorized, we need to assure the residents of the street that the town is confident that both the design of the building is well above code to deal with this water issue and that the street itself has capacity to deal with the flooding.
Thank you. You can come on up. Sorry, I'm just going to ask you to speak into the microphone.
Oh,
and
I'm sorry.
say your name and where you live.
I'm Andrew Fisher. I live at 21 Bartlett Crescent. I've lived there for the last 40 years now. I speak as a town meeting member as well as a resident of Bartlett Crescent. Some members of the board may remember the confrontation with Callahan Construction and the developers at 5 Washington Street. I want to make note of 3 issues that are relevant now with respect as the project winds down. First, the developers, when they tore up the sidewalk that ran along Washington Street, they removed the surveyor's marker, the stone that said Brookline on one side, Boston on the other side. Rob King is planning to supervise the replacement of that. But I think the town needs to take note of whether, as the developers have claimed, and the myth that we've believed up until now, the building is not in Brookline. I think that needs to be ascertained, and it may not be the case. We should be prudent in how that places, because that has tax consequences and other consequences to Brookline. Secondly, the contractor last week, as they began to replace the sidewalk, took it upon themselves to replace the sidewalk on the other side of Bartlett Crescent, where alongside the property of Grayson and Steve Watson. In doing so, they improperly replaced the sidewalk. We're putting the curb cut in the wrong place, and in order to do it on the cheap, lowering the level of the sidewalk 8 inches below what the level of the property had been before, in order not have to, so that there is now an 8-inch gap below where the grass is, below the surface, below the stockade fence that provides privacy to the Watson residents. I think Mr. Watson's going to be speaking to that in a minute. But the town, they did this without a permit, without notice to the town, and tearing up the town sidewalk without any notice or coordination with the town.
You have 30
Town should
seconds.
Take appropriate measures to see that this is replaced promptly and properly, because they're going to leave the project within days and won't be around to do this unless we take proper remedy. I think one member of the board that I spoke to has suggested that this might be a criminal problem as well in terms of the trespass on the Watson property. Thirdly is I want to raise the issue of the water flooding.
You've reached 3 minutes.
Okay, let me wind up by saying that in 40 years of living on the street, we've never had water in our basement. We now have sump pumps to deal with an inch or 2 of water that happens every time there's a heavy rain. The same is true with Tom, who has had Frank's Drains for a while, and it's true the length of Bartlett Crescent. It's a problem that needs to be addressed, not just with this developer, but I think to some extent we're the canary in the mine for the kind of things we're going to see if we don't address drainage and in
So
townwide
it's 3 minutes,
as we
30
deal with the
seconds. That's
developers.
3 minutes, 30
Thank you very
seconds.
much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Steve Watson. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Thank you. Related to my last two neighbors, along with my wife, I'm the co-owner and occupant of 817 Washington Street in Brookline, the corner of Bartlett Crescent, where the closest abutters to large apartment construction projects is referred to in the corners of Corey and Bartlett. In early July, Callahan Construction redid nearly 40 feet of sidewalk, as you've heard, on the corner of Bartlett and Washington. Our understanding from town engineer Rob King is this work was done not according to town agreements, without proper permitting as well. Callahan Construction has told me that isn't true. I have no idea. Additionally, the new sidewalk, as you've heard, built without notice or permission by us, further incurred into our property, wasn't graded properly, and has exposed our fence and land to erosion and damage. A sharp saw blade was also left on our property. Callahan Construction has been difficult, at times deceptive with us in our attempts over the past month to have them make things right. As a longtime town resident and property owner, I'd like you all to be aware how challenging it can be to seek resolution in this situation without sufficient advocacy and activity from our town officials. As homeowners and residents, we need to make sure that we have notice when work is being done on the roads, sidewalks, and health strips that are part of and adjacent to our property, so we can collaborate with the town in ensuring all is done safely. Both DPW Commissioner Aaron Shute and Town Engineer Robert King have assured me that they will ensure Callahan adequately redoes their poor work. I'd like to thank them both publicly for their attention and follow-up, making sure this happens. Just a couple hours ago, I met with a Callahan construction manager who has promised to address my concerns and the town's concerns appropriately, but it has taken many hours of efforts over the past month to reach this place. I've experienced that a town resident can be without help or assistance in dealing with the trespass and harm done to our property. To be clear, we need a lot more housing in Brookline, and there are going to be and should be many large construction projects in the year to come. I would ask the select board to urge the Department of Public Works, the police department, other relevant departments to exercise the most active oversight of all building projects so that we can expand our housing stock in general, our affordable housing in particular, a great need for our community, but so that we can do so holding builders and project developers accountable to not just complete their project with their profits in mind, but to do the work safely, to not cut corners, and to not get away with illegal or harmful work they may do without amends being made. Thanks so much.
At this time, there are approximately a dozen in-person attendees and 35 virtual. I'm going to promote one of them now. Hi, David. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thank you. I trust I can be heard.
You can.
I'm David Rockwell. I am here representing my church, United Parish in Brookline at Harvard and Marion Streets. We are very concerned at the United Parish about housing and how it is affordable or not affordable in Brookline. And I wanted to be sure that the select board was aware of our church's interest in this issue. We of course depend upon for our membership on folks being able to live near the church. Many of our parishioners live outside of Brookline because they can't afford Brookline, and we can see them struggle.
Sorry, David.
Sorry,
Is this on MBTA Communities?
yes, it is. Yes.
We have a separate public comment period for that. I'm sorry, David.
Oh, am I out of turn? I will.
Yeah, but it's
Shall
not
I
your fault.
withdraw?
We promoted you.
I wasn't sure what your comment
was.
was.
You promoted me really quickly. I was surprised. Okay.
Sorry,
I'll
I saw
stop.
your hand raised. I thought you were making a general public comment. So yes,
I
6:30.
apologize.
That's okay.
Sorry,
That's a little
I will wait
confusing
my turn.
tonight.
Excuse me.
We will
Yeah, sorry.
Yep, we'll promote you in just a little bit.
Great. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment.
Okay, thank you. A little hiccup there, but that's all right. Okay, next miscellaneous items. First of all, our meeting minutes for July 25th, 2023. Any comments or edits to those minutes from the select board? Seeing none, I move approval of the minutes of the select board meeting for July 25th, 2023. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
John, yeah. Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next, we have about 25 items. I'm gonna try to deal with them quickly and efficiently.
You're not actually joking, which is.
We're holding 7.
Yeah, I got that.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
thank you.
First, 5 authorization to hire items for the public libraries, the building department, the select board office, the recreation department, and the public health and human services department. Next, appropriation transfer request from sustainability personnel to planning capital in the planning and community development department. Next, contract with Griffin and Strong for a disparity study for the town of Brookline and the city of Somerville. Then next, approval of payment to Brookline Interactive Group and the Select Board's ARPA contingency fund for hybrid town meeting work in the amount of $110,000, which is what is keeping us on the air these days. Next, question of approving the agreement between the town of Brookline and the Center for Restorative Justice at Suffolk University to address racial equity restorative justice initiatives in the amount of $17,000, which Town Administrator Carey mentioned earlier in this meeting. Next, donation from the town of Weston to support the Hidden Brookline Walking Tour program. Thank you, Weston, for this donation for this important program. Next, question of accepting the Assistance to Firefighters grant awarded by FEMA for upgrades to our self-contained breathing apparatus, testing, repair, and maintenance equipment, as well as ice and water rescue equipment, as well as replacing of aging ventilation forcible entry saws in the amount of $26,008.16. Next, question of approving the transformer license agreement with the Webster Place, Kent Street and Fuller Street parking lots respectively. Next, question of approving the request to increase the contract amount with design engineering consultant Weston and Sampson for $24,000. Next, rescinding a vote of July 11th, 2023 that approved a change order in the amount of $311,367 and approving a replacement change order in the revised amount of $210,752. So we saved about $100,000, which is always good. Next, question of the following change orders for work at the Driscoll School project with Gilbane Building Company. For various scope changes to contract work and changes to wall sections and exterior details. All this as described in the packet. And pardon?
In detail.
In detail, in excruciating detail.
Yes.
And finally, I have 9 license votes from the hearing held on August 9th, where issues were presented to the staff and as well as one select board member, and then presented to the select board in a memorandum that we reviewed. And what we're doing now is approving these licenses, which are listed in the agenda. I won't read them all, but the select board knows them in excruciating detail, of course. With that, I move approval of items 7. Wait a minute. I move approval of items 7B through 7L, 7N through 7Z. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, that's a lot of votes, but we got through it fairly quickly. Next item is fire department authorization to hire. Question of approving the authorization to hire requests for the following positions in the fire department: a fire apparatus repair foreman, and 6 firefighter recruits. Does anyone want to discuss that, or I see, see Chief Sullivan.
Good evening, Select Board. Yeah, we unfortunately had our chief mechanic is on to a different opportunity. So we're in need of a new fire apparatus repair foreman, and we're looking to go out to advertise for that right away, as well as we're anticipating another class through the Cambridge Fire Department using our facility, whereby we would like to put our recruits through that academy. And I'm seeking authorization for 6 anticipated and current, altogether 6 vacancies within the fire department. So with your approval, we could move forward with the process of calling for a list from civil service and getting into the long process of background checks, medical and psychological evaluations, PAT tests, and getting them onboarded. So we're anticipating the start of that drill school in January of 2024.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the select board? Seeing none, I would like to move approval of the fire department authorization to hire of a fire apparatus repair foreman and 6 firefighter recruits. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Next, this is also for the fire department, but maybe not for you to be on the screen.
Well, not to present, but not to toot your own horn.
Okay, everyone else toots your horn, so don't worry about it. Question of voting the select board's intent to renew Fire Chief John Sullivan's employment contract. Is anything you want to say?
I just want to say thank you to the chief. The chief has given many now years of service to Brookline, loyal service to Brookline, has just been a real inspiration and a modernizer in the department, but also someone who is deeply aware of the nuances of this community. Really gets it, really gets what it means to work in this town and identify the issues unique to it. I'd also be remiss if I didn't add that Chief Sullivan is also our emergency services coordinator, or our chief of emergency services, who working with Cheryl Snyder on those issues. And on that work in particular, I come from a background of emergency management, and I can tell you unreservedly how good hands we are in, just knowing the depth of work that he does and oversees Cheryl and Liz doing on a regular basis as part of a whole of government effort. So it was a real delight for me coming into the start of my second year here in September to hear that Chief Sullivan is willing to put up at least one more tour of duty with us here in Brookline. And I'm really grateful, just grateful for his work, grateful for the work that he, the ethic that he brings to the whole department. You can really tell, one of the symbols of good leadership is that when you have people under you who are responsive and as excellent as Chief Sullivan and the whole fire department are. So I want to thank the chief. Thank you for agreeing to come back to us pending contract negotiations. I anticipate those negotiations should be relatively brief, and we should have a working contract in front of you in short order for your signature and approval.
Thank you. I'd like to, Chief Sullivan, I'd like to echo the town administrator's sentiments here, but also the sentiments of many, many people in this community. We appreciate the work you do and the excellence that you bring to our fire department. So this is a vote just on our intent to renew the fire chief's contract to be negotiated by the town administrator and brought to us at a future meeting. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. I'm sorry, John.
May I ask a quick question? Is
Sure.
this a 3-year contract?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you, Chief Sullivan.
Thanks, Chief. Have fun in Kansas City.
Thank you all.
Mhm.
Appreciate it.
Wait, I didn't know he's going to Kansas City.
He's got a conference. Busy guy.
Okay. Boards and commissions interviews. We have Park and Recreation Commission. Catherine Burke is here to be interviewed. Is she in the audience or? Yes, I see. Okay. Please come up, introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in being on the Park and Recreation Commission.
Hello, everyone, members of the board. My name is Catherine Burke. I am interested in serving on the Park and Recreation Commission. The short answer is that I think it's important to give back to my community whenever I can. I moved to Brookline in 1990 with my husband and our, at the time, year-old daughter. I think my family has used just about every facility that the Recreation Department has offered since in the past 20, almost 30 years. I raised my daughter more or less at Griggs Park at the playground. She learned to do the jungle gym on what we still affectionately call the fire engine of death, which is there no more. She survived to adulthood. She's a fully functioning, launched adult. My son is a rising junior at the high school. My kids have participated in, I brought a little cheat sheet to keep track of everything. Recreation soccer, basketball, softball, golf camp at Putterham, swim lessons at the Crane Pool, open skating at Lars, archery at Littlefield Park, tennis lessons. And I myself am a tennis player. I play mostly at Amory, which is a hidden gem in the town. If anyone is not familiar with it, it's wonderful, a great community of players and supporters. And then I can't leave out my dog. My third dog is an avid Green Dog member. I recently was on the Green Dog subcommittee of the Park and Recreation Commission as a citizen participant when we talked about finding some pilot space for full-time off-leash dog hours. That effort didn't come to fruition thus far, but that kind of whetted my appetite for being involved in the commission and doing more. So I thought that I would throw in an application and see should there ever be an opening. And so here I am. So
Thank you. I guess I'll start off the questions by asking you if there are any particular issues with Parks and Recreation here in Brookline that you're particularly concerned with, and how you think you can bring them to the select board, bring your concerns to the select board.
Well, in my experience, my personal experience, the programming from recreation is excellent. And I think where we struggle as a community, and it's just because of resources, is our facilities. I would hope that our facilities could be as excellent as our programming is. Unfortunately, we're a land poor community. So there's always the tension between land and finances and use and overuse of facilities. It's something that I think I would be interested in digging a little deeper into. I have seen that, and I'm thinking that since I heard the gentleman earlier talk about the flooding issues, I have seen as a parent of children who are playing sports that now that we have so much more intense rain when we're not in a drought, the field closure issue is a struggle, I think, for not just youth sports, but for the community. And I think that what I have seen is that it's the kids who are in the recreation programs are the ones who are most severely impacted when there are field closures. Kids who play travel sports or club sports are generally not as affected. They generally have access to different, better facilities. And I would really hope that our facilities for our kids and adults in town who are just participating at the rec level for health and fun and socializing, that our facilities could be as good as they possibly could be, so that we can keep our kids moving, active, healthy. Just
Miriam?
Thank you. Thank you. So I read your application, your CV. I just have to say, my son is also a rising junior,
I know.
three-season runner. and so
Yes.
I definitely, we should chat when we're on the cross-country season starts next week.
That's right.
I'm at Berkshire Running Camp right now.
So is Mackie.
Oh.
Okay, let's get to.
We're getting,
Sorry,
we're getting there. So I very much agree with what you've just said about access to fields, and especially the differential access. And I'm curious that this is in no way going to influence, but I'm just curious what you think in terms of the ice rink, because it's a very complicated issue.
Right.
And I myself don't really have an answer, but I just would love your thoughts on it.
So I think I have experienced both sides of the ice rink. I've been a recreational skater there myself, and then my kids have done, Friday night recreational skating. And I've also been a Brookline youth hockey parent for both kids. The rink is absolutely inadequate for hockey, especially as the temperatures in the winter are rising. And the rink closures are a problem. Now, I have a specific opinion on what should be done. I'm not educated enough to know that. But it is not right, I think, that our kids are expected to play games in puddly ice, and our JV high school team plays games there as well. Not the varsity, but the JV does. And it's just not adequate. So, and it's not adequate at the high school level. There aren't even plexiglass boards around the perimeter of it, which is a safety issue. So that's my opinion on hockey. So
Thank you. There was a question
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate your presentation and your willingness to apply for this position.
okay, well, thank you very much. Have a great rest of the summer.
We're just trying to get through this meeting.
Exactly.
We're doing
Okay,
well.
pardon me?
We're doing well.
Yeah. Okay, next, Police Commissioners Advisory Committee presentation, Judge Fabricant. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Judy Fabricant. I'm the chair of the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. I know you have a very long agenda. I was asked to come and give a summary of what the committee has done over the last year. So that's what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do it very briefly. I have provided a written report to the board, which is available to the public, and I'm sure you're all familiar with it. So I'm going to be very brief. As the members of the board know, the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee serves pursuant to a charge issued by the board on April 6th of 2021. The charge designates specific functions for the committee. The overall mission of the committee, as I would summarize it pursuant to the charge, is to assist the select board in identifying opportunities to improve our already well-run and effective Brookline Police Department, and to identify any issues or concerns that should be addressed. And that's what we try to do in performing the specific functions delegated to us. The committee consists of 7 lay volunteers, and we have 4 Brookline staff members who attend our meetings and assist us. I became chair in September of last year, and so I'll tell you about what we've done since September of last year. We've met 10 times in that time. One of those meetings was a public hearing on the police department annual report. The other meetings were all held by Zoom. At each meeting, we invite public comment at the beginning of the meeting and then after each agenda item, and we often do have robust public comment. In August of 2022, just before I became the chair, our committee presented to the board and the board approved the committee's report on the Brookline Police Department procedure for civilian complaints. That is one of the functions designated to us under our charge. That report, which the board approved, recommended certain changes. And so the first activity that we engaged in the course of the year was to implement those changes. Some of those changes involved changes in what we do, and particularly what appears on our webpage, particularly changes to make the civilian complaint form more readily identifiable, more prominent on the webpage, more easily accessible, so that the public knows that civilians who have complaints to make can make those complaints directly to our committee. And we then, when we receive them, we review them and we forward them directly to the professional responsibility officer at the police department, Lieutenant Chuck Thornton. And we have received in the time since those changes were made, I believe it's 4 civilian complaints. So we do get them, we do review them. Other changes involved efforts to get the word out about the availability of the civilian complaint process, as well as the civilian feedback survey form, which I will talk about in just a moment. And I think those efforts to get the word out about the availability of that process have been successful. And I say that in part because the number of civilian complaints received by the police department has increased. I view that as a positive development, an intended development. I think what that tells us is that more people know that they can make complaints, they know how to do it, and they have enough trust in the process that they're willing to do that. So I view that as a sign of success. Others of the recommendations that we made required changes to the police department general order, the section relating to the complaint process. We went through a process with the police department, particularly Deputy Superintendent Paul Campbell, who is our liaison to the police department. We went through a process of writing specific language for those changes. We brought those changes to this board, and this board approved the changes in February of this year. And so those changes have taken effect. The most significant change in the general order regarding complaints, in my view, is that our committee now receives the monthly report that Lieutenant Thornton sends to the chief, and that the board also receives, that provides information about complaints received during that month and complaints resolved during that month. And we review those and we put on our agenda any issues, any policy issues that in our view arise from that report each month. So the complaint procedure and changes about the complaint procedure is the first set of activities that we have undertaken in this year. The second set of activities that I would refer to has to do with the civilian feedback survey. And as you know, there is a civilian feedback survey operated by the Diversity Office. It appears on the Diversity Office website. There is also a link to it in our webpage, and it is available to any member of the public who wishes to give feedback about any matter involving the police department, any interaction with the police department. These can be anonymous. They usually are anonymous. Sometimes they are specific about a particular incident. Sometimes they are more general. We receive a report every month. The select board also receives the report every month from Sarah Kaplan, our liaison with the Diversity Office. She provides a comprehensive report. She analyzes data about the survey responses received. She analyzes the demographics of the responders to the extent that the responders respond to a question about demographics. And she categorizes them based on whether they are positive or negative or neutral. The details of the responses that we've received are in the written report that I have provided and are available to you. I'll just say that the number of positive and negative responses over the past, in the time that we've been collecting these responses, has been equal. And then there's a lesser number of neutral responses. The largest number of negative responses that we received were about a matter that is not actually the police department, but is the police union. That was a letter that the union sent out in advance of the town election last year. So that's a matter that is outside the control of the town, but it generated considerable response. Somewhat smaller numbers of negative responses are about, generally categorizing them, they're about rudeness or they're about driving by police officers. And then there are a couple of other things, some of which have raised sort of systemic issues that we've been able to address by communicating with the right town department and seeking action. There was one example in the written report that I've provided to you that is not a major issue, but we were able to, with help from the fiscal department, stimulate a change that responds to that survey response and makes an improvement. The other general activity that we have engaged in this period of time pursuant to our charge is review of policies of the police department. And that we have done that through working groups. We have working groups on a set of topics, including interactions with persons with mental health issues, interactions with juveniles, investigatory stop and frisk, traffic stops for equipment violations, data reporting, and pursuant to warrant article 43 that passed town meeting this year, the use of body cameras and dash cameras. Each of our working groups includes one or two members of our committee and one or more police department representatives designated by Deputy Superintendent Campbell. And each of these working groups reviews the existing police department policy so as to prepare recommendations that we would then bring before the select board for its approval for changes to the policies. We do that with, as our charge directs us to do, with an equity lens. And we are very conscious that that is our charge and that is our mandate. And that is what we are attempting to do. I will mention just a couple of other things that have happened in the past year. We welcomed two new members a year ago, Karen Ambrose and Scott Ananian. At our meeting last November, we had Police Union President Michael Keaveney come to speak to us about issues with morale in the police department. Some of the concerns that he talked about have been addressed, most particularly the appointment of a permanent chief. And so we're optimistic that there will be improvements in police department morale. And I would also mention that at our January meeting, Town Administrator Charles Carey gave a presentation on the selection process for the new chief. And I think we were very impressed that it was a very thoughtful selection process. And we are very glad to see that we do have a permanent chief appointed. So I'll stop there. I'm certainly happy to address any questions any of the members may have.
Thank you. Miriam, I
Yeah.
think you had your hand up first.
I just want to say that I appreciate the report. It was very well written, concise, to the point, and I agreed with the points very much. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you.
Michael.
It's indeed, it's very good to have you here. This is the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee after all. And so one of the questions I always have is, well, what's your advice for us? Quite seriously. And that may not be something that you want to just think about, but it would be useful to have comments about policies, about things that the select board needs to think about that you've observed from looking at complaints and so forth that we should be addressing. And along those lines, we had a really, I thought, really useful report on statistics on crime data and on traffic stops and so forth from the chief maybe a month ago or so. And one of the things that was really interesting to see was that the number of citations given out to people who are not Brookline residents will vastly outnumber the number of citations to people who are Brookline residents, even though the number of stops is nowhere nearly as disproportionate. That's something that I think it would be interested in having the committee take a look at and see whether, is there some inherent tendency towards giving citations to people from outside of town, or people from Newton or Watertown necessarily speeding at higher levels than the people in Brookline or going through more red lights. But in general, I think it's useful to look at that report, and I hope you will. You will do so, and think about, well, what can we make of this? Because it was put together, I thought, really quite well, and there were some things that could be some conclusions that might be drawn from.
Well, it's an interesting problem. I wasn't able to be here when Chief Pastor spoke, and I've looked for the recording, and it isn't online, at least as of when I last looked for it, which was just a couple of days ago. So I look forward to reviewing the recording and following up with Chief Pastor on this issue. You asked for general advice, and what I'm going to say is, as I said, each of our working groups is reviewing the policy, the existing policy. So we will come to the board with the product of each working group's work with recommendations for changes in policies. So that's future highlights to come. I will say in a very general sense, the advice I would give is we need collaboration and communication between the police department, town officials, and the public. I think that sort of communication is what will improve civilian and police relations. It will improve morale in the police department, and it will improve the functioning of the police department to the extent that there is discontent and that there are incidents that generate discontent. I think the overall solution is communication and collaboration, which can improve training, can improve conveyance of expectations, can improve public understanding. And I think that's the general approach that I would recommend.
Thank you.
Paul.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Fabricant. Thank you for the comprehensive report, very detailed and very much appreciated. My comment is going to be kind of forward-looking. As you know, there was a very sad police shooting in Cambridge earlier this year, and that municipality, I think, struggled in how to respond. Communication wise, information, notification, things like that. And when I first joined the select board, I did have this conversation with the town administrator. And I think with a new town administrator, a new police chief, et cetera, I wonder if it would be helpful to take a look at how prepared are we as a municipality and as a community to respond to a significant event like that. Do we have clear, up-to-date written protocols on how to respond, how to notify, who to communicate with, how much information to release, and how we would work forward to deal with such an incident? I'd be really curious about your thoughts about that. And, perhaps this requires a deeper discussion with my colleagues and the town administrator and the chief. But I do wonder how ready we are, hopefully never having to use it, to execute on such a protocol like that.
I think that's a very good question and something we should pursue with the police department. Hopefully we never do need to use it, but it's important to be prepared in case it arises. The first policy change recommendation that I expect you're going to get from us, or the next one, involves interactions with persons with mental health issues. We, at our last meeting, approved a set of recommended changes, but we received some feedback. And so I've asked the working group to take another look at it. So I think we're going to be doing some more work on that. And then that will come to you in the relatively near future. That's designed, of course, to prevent incidents of the sort that occurred in Cambridge. But of course, there's no guarantee. And I do think it's important to have a protocol in place for responding if such things do occur.
Well, thank you so very much for your thoughts, and I guess I would share with Chair Green and the town administrator that perhaps this is something that we could discuss at a future select board meeting about whether such a review would be warranted at this time or at some point in the future. Thank you.
John.
Judge Fabricant, thank you so much for the report. I'll confess that I think one of the best things that has happened under this select board in my first term and then now into my second term has been the advent of the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee, and the leadership of it has been superb. The membership of it has been also very strong, and the work and the focus has been, I think, everything we could have expected and maybe more. And one of the reasons that I am going to personally just put in a plug for there being a report like this at least once a year I think that the major reason to have it is to let the public know that there is a multi-pronged complaint process in Brookline. It isn't just you have to be willing to go into the police department and register a complaint. There is that, but there also is you can go to the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee if you're, for any reason, hesitant to take your complaint to the police department. And then if that's not enough, there's the survey by CDICR, which frankly gets the most responses, excuse me, and a wide range of responses. And I think the one thing that I was hoping would sort of be reinforced by having this presentation in public is that we make sure that the complaints, whatever the outcome, and this includes those survey results, even if a person is anonymous and can't be reached, so there can't be really any effective follow-up on whatever the person has complained about. Even in those instances, I think the police department can learn, often can learn from the kind of chatter that is out there in the public. To be absolutely fair to the police department, just because somebody says something doesn't mean it's true. And you're never going to have perfect satisfaction, in the public, no matter what business you're in, whether it's policing or, retail. But to be able to say to an officer, even if the officer is not going to be disciplined because there just isn't enough evidence to warrant a disciplining, did you realize that the way you came across to somebody was rude? Or to say to an officer, did you realize on that day that perfectly within the allowable limits of how quickly you sped away from the scene, it seemed to people at the scene that you sped off in a way that itself sort of raised questions about whether there was a danger in how fast you were going when you sped away from the scene. And of course, there's always going to be answers. I had to speed away because I was going to my next emergency. And we need to know that. But we also need to know that the public is constantly judging the police. The police are more aware of that than anybody. And I think they can benefit from these kinds of discussions of the occasions when even the best attempts at service come across in ways that the public has issues with. And we got to have those discussions, and we got to make our policing as good as it can be. That's just a comment, so it doesn't require your.
I agree with all of that.
Good.
Thank you.
Let me also add, thank you for that report. It was excellent. You know, we as a select board receive copies of the feedback forms that are submitted, and we all, select board as well as PCAC, you know, should look at those reports and find, especially, at least in my opinion, those little irritating things that happen that, you know, aren't really a big deal, but do undermine the type of relationships that we need to have between our police department and our citizens. And in addition to that, maybe the type of small irritants that can grow into a big irritant and then grow into something that can be more serious. So, you know, it's really select board's responsibility, along with everyone else's, to monitor those things. Maybe we'll catch something that other people don't catch, in terms of things like rudeness, or just using language that many people will consider innocent, but maybe some people would be more sensitive about. So we have our job cut out for us as well as everyone else. So, but thank you, Judge Fabricant. Really appreciate the report and the work that you do on the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee, as does everyone who knows anything about what you're doing.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, item 13, Hammond, Sheaf and Hammond, Sheaf and Heath Street project. A real tongue twizzler. Eligibility letter. So this is a letter that we're seeing for the first time a couple days ago, and is being presented by Kara Bruton, Planning Department. Talk to us about the letter and the project and what we should be. Now we have to send that out by the end of this month. Okay, so I mean, the way you wrote it, there's nothing really that I think anyone would object to, and many of the items that you list are items that always come up in these eligibility letters. But tell us what we need to do.
Great. Thank you for that introduction. I appreciate that you have a long agenda tonight. Charles River Realty is proposing to build a 96-unit apartment building, including 24 affordable units. The developer intends to use fundraising from Mass Housing Partnership, or MHP. MHP is now determining on their own whether this project is eligible to use that financing vehicle, including review of a very general set of design guidelines that many state financing agencies have for projects like this. So as Select Board Member Green noted, I am tonight asking that the Select Board send in a comment letter to MHP, which I'll briefly summarize in a minute, and which aligns with some of those state design guideline concepts. For those that may be joining us from home and haven't been through a 40B process before, it is very rare, but does sometimes happen, that letters like this impact a project at an early stage. So for example, when Chestnut Hill Realty was proposing a 21-story 40B project in the middle of Coolidge Corner, as a result of the Select Board's comment letter, as well as perhaps some sanity, the application, when it came to us to be permitted locally, was reduced from a 21-story building to a 13-story building. So that's that was kind of a one-of thing when we see a change, but nonetheless, we believe it's important for the Select Board to at least highlight some topics that will likely be discussed when it comes back to the Zoning Board of Appeals, when they apply probably in mid-September. The letter itself, that some topics that I've highlighted, the first being that the property has existing residential units, apartment units. There's a 2-family at 18 Sheaf, a 3-family at 8 Sheaf, and a 3-family at 615 Hammond, and a 2-family at 545 Heath. So in the letter, we're asking, as a partner, we can help to some extent, but we are interested in what both the applicant as well as the state financing agency might be planning or might have experience in doing and similar projects to serve the existing residents first. Relocation and perhaps even, if it's possible, and I don't know that it is, creative solutions to hopefully give them priority in coming back, if that's even possible. Secondly, noting that, the site is obviously a good location for residential use. That's how part of it is being used today. But the site also contains a couple of commercial buildings. And so in the letter, I note that the select board encourages the applicant to consider incorporating some non-residential space along Hammond Street specifically, where there was the dry cleaners most recently. And then the third topic here is noting that, as we will do when we permit this locally, we expect that the building should be further developed and massaged so that the overall height steps down from the 6-story, 5.5-story building that's being proposed to the adjacent 2- and 3-family neighborhoods. Although there is a 3- and 4 multifamily buildings across the street and nearby. And then the last topic that I've identified here is with regards to tree canopy, referring to our goals for tree canopy standards in each precinct, and encouraging, again, both the developer and the financing agency to look at similar multifamily properties that are within a block of this proposed area and how they were able to successfully include significant areas of tree canopy. So that's the letter. The applicant is here, I believe, on Zoom if you have any questions for them, but they weren't planning to speak. And I'd be glad to take any questions.
Okay, so we're losing, do you know about the existing units on this site? Are they, and my guess is that these are not, they're sort of middle income housing?
I wouldn't want to.
Not cheap
Yeah.
or not.
I wouldn't want to guess about what their
Okay,
income levels are, but they are, you can see them on Google Maps. They are, kind of traditional 3-family homes. A lot of that building type is what the community wants to see more of, not take
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, I was just thinking that 96 units are being built, 9 of them would be
24 would be
24
affordable.
So they are gaining something in that regard. What income levels are? would this be?
They are proposing that this will be a rental apartment building with the units at 80% area median income.
Any other Paul?
Hi, thank you for recognizing me. Hi, Kara. Is this, so this is a 40B that is anticipating that we're going to fall below SHI on the 1st of September. Is that correct?
Yes, we are actually below the 10% today.
Okay.
That what's online is just happens to be monthly, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So my comment is more geared towards that issue and not this particular development. I feel like we are constantly chasing our tail on trying to stay above the 10%. And I know there's I've dug into this with your help and others. It's a very complicated issue, right? From our inclusionary zoning to regulations and master general law that has impacts, when things come onto the SHI, when they come off, based on when building permits are issued. If you go past the 18-month timeframe and they don't get an occupancy permit, if they then fall off. I feel like we really need to take an aggressive look and a longer view at how we can crack this permanently, so that we're not just constantly going up and down and just look, we're getting affordable housing out of it. So I like that about it, but it's so burdensome and it's such a heavy tool that if we could, and this will probably be a discussion tonight as part of the Harvard Street proposal and the blended solution. But I really feel like we need to really look at this in a hard way and come up with an approach to strategy and policies that will get us and keep us above 10% with enough cushion that we're not always caught off guard like this with a few months' notice. So if there's not a to-do here or specific about the project, but I just want to put that out there that I don't know. I feel like it's time for us to really figure this out. Thank you.
John?
Thanks very much. Thanks to Kara. I've sent two items to Devin, who's going to put them up on the screen first. The second one that I sent, which is that is a depiction from the developer of, and this is very early stage, and this is just an early stage depiction of what the complex would look like. Not sure whether it's from Heath Street or from Sheaf Street, but it's kind of the same whether it's from Sheaf Street or Heath Street. This is sort of the side view, and then at either end, one of the ends of that building would be facing Hammond Street. So the next thing I wanted to show is a view off of Google Streets, one of my favorite resources, and this is looking west. So we're situated, to the east, and we're looking west, and this is on Heath Street. And on the right side, you can just barely see the end of the Heinz Auto Body building. That's the block that the previous screen development would be on, and the housing that you see on that Heath Street right side of this street is the typical housing in the area, and it's typical of the housing that would be replaced on the Sheaf Street side. But the major reason I wanted to show this is that by contrast to what you saw in the draft depiction of the development on the facing side of Heath Street, there's an apartment development, a very successful one, a popular one. One that the neighborhood, very much is comfortable with. And it's got something that the draft depiction of the future development did not have. And that is it has sort of some openings in it. It has trees, it has some grass. It's, three stories instead of as many as 6. I'm just hoping under the 40B process, you're taking your luck as to how much you can get in the way of changes from the draft stage to the final stage of what is actually developed. But I think it probably would be a consensus among most people, maybe not all people, that if we can get something that has, a little bit of trees, a little bit of grass, a little bit of open space, a little bit of setback from the sidewalk, which clearly can exist on that street, in a developable fashion, that's obviously a development that penciled out several years ago. Maybe we could move a little bit more in the direction of that kind of development as opposed to what we see in the draft at this very early stage of things. Just expressing a wish here.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments? So do we have to vote this, or is it?
It would be helpful, yes, to have
Okay.
a vote that authorizes you, the
Me to
select board
sign,
chair, to write
yeah.
a letter. Yeah.
Okay. So unless there are any other questions, comments, I'd like to move that we approve the project eligibility letter as presented to us in the packet, and authorize me as chair of the select board to sign it and to mail it off to wherever it goes.
Mass
So,
Housing Partnership, yes.
right, okay. All in favor, John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Paul,
Aye.
and chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't leave yet. Okay. Next, a public hearing. Okay, MBTA Communities Act presentation. I'd like our town administrator to start off with, start this discussion off, and then we'll have our public hearing, and then we'll make some decisions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone here. I'll begin, and I'm going to set a timer so that we go to a very short presentation on where we are, what everyone has been working on in terms of getting to MBTA Communities Act compliance, what we have to do tonight in terms of the decisions that the select board will be making with regard to what it wishes to put on the warrant for the fall town meeting. and going through some of these questions. It's my hope that through this presentation, that some of the questions people might have as part of public comment, maybe this can help focus those questions. And so the question, for example, is less, what's the deal with X, and more like, I heard you say Y, I'm interested in Z. So I hope this is of some use to the broader community as we think through how far we've come and where we have to go from here. So thank you. Thank you for your attention and for your continued interest in this process, which has been quite fascinating. Well, what do we have to do? For those of you who are just joining us, who are coming into this fresh, the MBTA Communities Act requires us to create at least one zoning district of quote unquote reasonable size near transit that allows building multifamily housing, more than 3 units, quote, as of right. It means we can't condition it on discretionary review. Right now, most housing in Brookline that is not built through most multifamily housing that is not, we put it another way. Right now, very little multifamily housing is built in Brookline, period. Of that multifamily housing, most of it comes through the aforementioned 40B process that you just heard about, where if we fall below a set amount of affordable housing available, developers are allowed to ignore any zoning rules that do not make sense from what they call an economic feasibility perspective. That leads to the results that John talked about. We have very little leverage over developers to build these big buildings that don't look like things that the community has consensus over. Because most of our multifamily work is gated behind what's called a special permit process, which means that in order to get approval for multifamily housing, you have to go to a board or committee that has total discretion over what it looks like, how to build it, all of those things. And oftentimes that process, through no fault of the board, is inherently subjective because there aren't often objective design standards. So the point of the MBTA Communities Act is to eliminate that, is to create objective standards for determining whether or not a project can be built in a particular area. It is meant to incentivize the building of multifamily housing. It is meant to incentivize density. It is not meant, however, to incentivize inherently affordable housing, which is a problem we'll get to in a little bit. What we can do under the MBTA Communities Act is we can require compliance with laws of general applicability. That includes design requirements, it includes existing laws like our demolition delays that apply across the board, et cetera. So we have to comply with this law by the end of December of this year because we are a so-called rapid transit community. We are one of 2 rapid transit communities in this tranche that is governed by a town meeting form of government. The other is Milton. All others are governed by a city council form of government, a mayor council form or a manager council form of government, which makes this process significantly easier because there are just fewer steps involved in approving it. We have a more complex path ahead of us, but I want to give a huge amount of credit to the select board and the directives that they put in front of us, because rather than shy away from that, what they told the staff to do to work on compliance was to lean into what makes Brookline unique, which is its effort to find creative solutions, not just in things like housing, but in things like climate, in things like being an equitable community. So rather than lean away from the problem, we were told to lean in and come up with a solution that the community could support. We need to incentivize the creation and retention of mixed-use developments that are commensurate with the existing character of the community. We need to disincentivize what the chair was talking about, the demolition of existing rental units, units that look like the units that we want to maintain, middle-income housing, those classic triple deckers, which actually can't be built currently under our current zoning. We need to maintain and strengthen our inclusionary zoning standards. Brookline requires in new multifamily projects above certain numbers of units that we will include 15% affordable housing at set price points. That's a great start. And it's something that the select board has asked us to keep thinking about how to be strategic. We need to preserve and grow our commercial tax base. If we are to stop or at least reduce our reliance on a cycle of operating overrides and increasing residential property and real property taxes in order to finance the town's growing needs, we need to build a more robust and diversified tax base. And that means increasing commercial growth where appropriate. And finally, fighting this missing middle problem, not just ensuring affordable housing or low income housing, but ensuring workforce housing, housing at multiple price points. Now, at areas where we're talking about more than one option available to us. There have been 2 proposals that have gotten put before that have been developed over the course of now months and really years since the MBTA Communities Act became law. One is based around Harvard Street. It is a form-based rezoning of the Harvard Street corridor. It includes, through community input, functions such as a 4-story height cap, setbacks that are appropriate and commensurate for the neighborhood that increase when the buildings in question abut historically residential neighborhoods, varied facade elements to avoid canyonization. Again, the point that John made about that 40B, how it comes right up to the lot line and kind of looks like a monolith there. The point of this zoning is to avoid that. Those standards were developed through 40+ presentations and workshops with detailed community input, led by senior planner Maria Morelli, who is in the audience and who worked tirelessly on this. Under the MBTA Communities Act, affordable housing, inclusionary zoning for affordable housing is limited to 10% without state approval. So we are still awaiting state approval to get to 15%. We think we will, regardless of what plan is submitted. We intend to ensure that that is part of our compliance. And the original Harvard Street proposal, because of the state's limitations, incentivized but didn't mandate commercial uses on the ground floor. As part of this process, the planning department over a number of years identified Harvard Street as an area that was a good target for sustainable, measured growth. It had room to grow, and we could design zoning in such a way that it wouldn't lead to perverse outcomes like some of the 40Bs that are now on Harvard Street that are 6+ stories that come right up to the lot line, that have aspects of them that the community didn't want but was unable to control for. However, concurrently with that, we heard from community members, we want to be sure we understand all of our options. We want to be sure we know what potential other compliance models are out there. So the select board formed a committee, a volunteer committee staffed by the planning department that considered options other than Harvard Street. The idea that they come up with is what we're calling an M Districts Plus proposal. The existing multifamily districts would be accompanied by an overlay that allowed multifamily housing as of right. It contains, I think, what we would call sort of classical design standards and limitations designed to ensure that things that are built there are in character with the neighborhood as the committee understands them. Again, multiple public meetings were held, the most recently this afternoon. That committee has been working tirelessly on this efforts, and they should really be commended for it. With that said, the initial proposal that the committee put together for these M districts, as a practical matter, these areas are very much built out already. And with the restrictions and ideas on design that the committee is suggesting, it's not likely to produce much or any net new housing in those districts alone. The committee has considered independently some auxiliary rezoning proposals in other limited areas that would contribute new housing units. One of them is at a BHA property just south of Washington Street here, Route 9 here. It's a great opportunity. BHA was otherwise going to go through the 40B process. If we instead partner with them, we can speed that process up. And the other is adding an exemption for multifamily housing above a certain height to the Emerald Isle Special District, which again, great opportunity for us. Will net us, I believe, over 100 units of housing estimated if it goes through. It is an excellent opportunity to add some units of housing on that front. So staff has looked at these and been tasked by the select board at looking at a consensus proposal, a way of bringing together these options. So our proposed consensus proposal combines the best elements of both. It complies with the MBTA-CA. It protects the character of the M districts and of Harvard Street. It includes a ground floor commercial mandate on Harvard Street. It incentivizes sustainable housing growth at multiple price points. It implements any auxiliary rezoning proposals that the select board may approve. It encourages organic and measured growth along the major transit served corridor. And particularly importantly, it aims to free us from this 40B cycle that Paul and John both identified. This constant fight where we are limping above this 10% safe harbor and then falling below it and being subject to the whims of developers who are able to do things that we don't really want in the neighborhood. If we get above a set amount, well above a set amount of affordable housing in the community, we are in that safe harbor for a good long time. And even in the event that we fall below it, the form-based zoning is a neutral rule of general applicability along Harvard Street. It would be harder for 40B developers to look at that and say, I want that waived. It'll be harder for them to go to the state and say, I don't want to have to comply with that. Because unlike a special permit process that is inherently subjective, It is objective, and we have designed it to be economically feasible to make development happen. So 40B projects along Harvard Street, even if we go below the safe harbor line and they rear their head, they are likely to be subject to the design standards the community has designed and not the developer's will. So this is a major portion of why that form-based zoning is so important along Harvard Street. What does form-based zoning actually look like? I strongly encourage folks to take a look online at the incredible document that our consultants Opticos put together. It has these objective standards. It describes what our neighborhoods along Harvard Street look like. It gives us the pictures and the description and the desired forms. And then it goes into a huge amount of detail about how do you build those forms. And rather than saying, here are all the things you can't do, it is very much open. It is, here are the things we want. It's aspirational. And it's easier to understand. You're looking at a picture of a building. You're saying, this is what we want to do, and this is how we get there. So this is just a very clear, concise, easier to understand form of zoning that people across the community have contributed to and have made possible. On the M district proposals, we are proposing, because the Harvard Street as revised is not MBTA-CA compliant for a couple of different reasons, that we use the efforts of the committee to comply with the MBTA Communities Act. So all of the shaded parcels in here were initially under consideration, except the ones in the Harvard Street proposal. The committee has been narrowing those districts. They've been paring that down at their meeting yesterday, and they are working now towards a final number that gets us to compliance with the MBTA-CA without overcommitting to this zoning. So our recommendation to the select board is that in adopting a consensus proposal, that you adopt the committee's ultimate recommendation to you in terms of the M districts that remain in. The committee has also recommended 2 of 3 proposed auxiliary proposals, Emerald Island and the BHA, and we recommend that you adopt those as well. At Harvard Street, there are some decisions for you to make. Right now, there are a couple of large parcels in there that are currently the sites of a Stop and Shop and TJ Maxx. Historically, there's been conversation in the community that large parcels generally along Harvard Street we may want to keep those in the current position, the status quo. One of the things that's helpful is that this current zoning, because it caps things at 4 stories, was not likely to encourage growth at those parcels, because the parcels, it's not economically viable for them to develop at a 4-story model and maintain retail on the ground floors. They'd be required to do. But we hear the community's concern on this, and we want you to be able to make the decision that if what the community wants is to hold those parcels out for now and maintain the current zoning, then that's an option that's available to us. Similarly, and when the initial Harvard Street proposal was developed, there's this little corner district here that doesn't directly abut Harvard Street. It is currently also in the M District Plus proposal, but it may come out, and it may not be subject to rezoning at all. Again, the form-based zoning in here, the work, you can see it's in an HMSTL. The L stands for limited. There's very little that can be done in that district except as agreed upon by the community standards. So if that's something that the board wants to consider, great. If not, because it's not required for compliance, you can take it out. We are going to rezone 3 lots down here in the corner as HMSO unless you tell us otherwise. What that does is it removes the commercial ground floor mandate. Those are 2 parking lots and an office building. We think it makes more sense for those to have the option to redevelop as residential. Again, they can have the commercial incentive if they want to, but it doesn't make sense to demand it of them, to demand that office behind the parking lot have retail on the ground floor doesn't make sense. So those are some of the modifications, and we'll go through some of the others. I want to briefly talk about how we incentivize workforce housing at multiple price points. This is the what we call the ground floor commercial incentive. If a landlord agrees to build out the first floor of their structure for a ground floor commercial use, which would otherwise be a big startup cost for any first tenant, right? You come in, it looks, you have to front the cost if you're a commercial operator. But if we transfer that requirement to the landlord, then the landlord gets a benefit. They can raise the income limit on the affordable housing units that they are mandated to be built in those buildings, from 50% to 70% of area median income for rentals, and from 80% to 100% AMI for condos. Because one of the other aspects of the modified Harvard Street proposal is along Harvard Street, there will no longer be the option to pay into the Affordable Housing Trust in lieu of creating new affordable units at any unit level. You must build at least 15% affordable units in your multifamily housing along Harvard Street under this proposal. This guarantees a variety of price points. For buildings that remain residential in the non-commercial districts, those buildings have the option, the incentive to build at this level, but they may not. They may, like you think about those big brownstones, some of the ones that don't, for example, have dental offices in the basement or something like that. Those can stay brownstones, those can stay in that sort of configuration. And then the affordable housing that is in those buildings is at that lower level, is at that 50/80% AMI. That allows for the traditional classical affordable housing that we have. Then in these areas that are the benefit of the incentive, you have workforce housing, 70%, 100% AMI. There is so little 100% AMI housing in Brookline. So to be able to build that, and not just build that, incentivize building it, is a major win for the community. So there will be multiple affordable housing price points along Harvard Street. One of the questions we hear is, are we ready for this? Is this something that we're really ready to do? Can't we just take the M District's proposal for now, play it safe, give it time? And I'd say is, additional time here is unlikely to produce different results. Maria has led 40 different presentations and workshops. There have been 300 design workshop participants, been 200 pre-workshop survey responses, hundreds of office hours, site walks, postcards sent, 6 weeks of public review. We got more than 100 letters at the select board office about this. Fewer than 10 of them were critical, and only one, to my knowledge, flat out said, I don't think you should do this at all. The rest of them had constructive criticism and were very helpful to us in framing out what the community wanted. I think this has been a model process of community engagement for which I am incredibly grateful for Maria's work and Kara's leadership in the department for making this happen. The community is ready for an up or down vote on this. Is there a fail-safe plan? Yes, we can obviously just put M Districts Plus on the ballot. I will say, we had a conversation today with the Attorney General's office. They are concerned about the 2/3 majority for either of these options. I have heard from community members, well, and under certain circumstances, since we're incentivizing multifamily housing, don't we qualify for that new law that says we get to pass things with a majority? The answer for the consensus proposal is almost certainly no, because there are aspects of that proposal that are not necessary to the rezoning for multifamily housing. Initially, we thought there were only a couple of those. Maybe we could come up with some strategy. We were not heartened by our conversation with the Attorney General's office. They take a more conservative view on it than we do. It would be very difficult to get through on a majority vote anything resembling the consensus proposal. And in fact, now we're concerned that the M Districts Plus may be subject to a 2/3 vote, but we don't know that for certain, and we are going to evaluate that. The ultimate person who makes that determination is the moderator. And we want to make sure that the moderator has the best legal advice that we can possibly provide her so that she is able to make an informed decision on that front. So I want to just make sure I understand that in the community, sometimes people have been saying, can't we get this down to a majority vote? Wouldn't that be easier to pass it? I understand the theory behind it. It's not practical from a legal perspective. And from an optics perspective, if we want this to be a consensus proposal, we want it to pass with 2/3 at town meeting. We want the community to have buy-in. We want people who may have been skeptical of this to be able to read it, see that it is not a threat to the things that they were worried about, and feel comfortable voting yes for it. So I think at this juncture, both from a legal perspective and from a practical perspective, from a community perspective, we want that higher margin. It just means that it's going to take a lot of conversation with people to ensure that they understand the contours of the plan. The next steps here is that we have to move through their decisions that the select board has to make about what they want the final zoning article to look like in order to give enough direction to the planning department to prepare that final zoning article to put on the warrant. If we need a follow-up meeting, it'll be next week. It's my hope that we won't. And I will note that the multifamily permitting committee continues its work in order to have a final proposal vetted by the consultant ready to go. So I want to close by giving special thanks to Maria, to Kara, to all the members of the multifamily permitting committee, to all the 100+ people who sent in those letters, and to all the 300 people who participated in developing this. This is a model of community-based lawmaking and rulemaking. And I am incredibly grateful to all the community members, people who came in saying, I don't know about this, or I don't like this. Even that feedback was helpful because it showed us the direction we wanted to go in, that you wanted to go in. So thank you to everyone who was a part of this. And now I want to make sure that we have the opportunity, if at the chair's discretion, for the public hearing, public comment, and then we can move through this decision matrix in terms of what you may want to do.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the town administrator, in addition to all those people, for helping us come together or come up with this solution to what seemed like a really difficult problem at the beginning, an impossible problem, at least in my mind, at the beginning of this process. And I also want to mention that when he said that we received 100 letters, most of which, or all but 10 of which, were favorable. Those were 100 letters in the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Right. We've been receiving letters going back months, in addition to those, but that was just in the last couple of days. So that shows a lot of interest and a lot of very positive thinking on the part of the community. Mike, you had a.
Yeah, I do want to make, first of all, that's a very helpful presentation. And I wonder if you can go back to slide 9 though.
Sure.
Because there's a point that I want to make, and I'm not quite sure that I have a solution to the question that I want to raise, but I do want to raise it nonetheless. Okay, so this, to be able to go from 50 to 70% of AMI for rentals is certainly positive, and it should be an effective incentive. But I think one of the things that that we need to be mindful of is that there's something that distinguishes Brookline from, I think, every other community, possibly with the exception of Cambridge, but every other community in Eastern Massachusetts. It has been possible historically for people to come to Brookline looking for good schools, looking for good services, to rent. They didn't need capital to buy. And even at 80 or 100% AMI for a condo, that suggests they need some capital. And I would love to see more rental units in for people who are at that 80 to 100% of AMI, because that will restore a demographic balance that has been pushed out, really been challenged over the last really 20 or 30 years. And so that's something that I think that it's important to keep in mind, that Brookline is a place where you can rent good schools and good services. You're not forced to buy them. And if we can get back to that, that will make a huge difference in the ability for people who are teachers, firefighters, police officers who want to live in the town that they work in, to do that.
And to your point on that, yes, we hear that. And that's, this is a beginning point, right? This is the first time we've ever done something like this kind of incentive model. It takes a lot of economic modeling to get to a point where you're confident that you're going to see the kind of growth that you want to see. And so for us, we take that feedback very seriously. And as part, one of the other pieces of feedback we heard as part of this is, okay, this is one commercial corridor in town. When are you going to get to the others? When are you going to think about Washington Square? When are you going to think about St. Mary's? And those are places that have different needs and different designs and different communities that we need to engage with. But that's also an opportunity for us to think more about those different tiers and how we make those economically viable. I also think that, this is something that goes hand in hand with the comp plan, which, was talked about at the multifamily permitting committee meeting this afternoon. It's a process where we say, okay, we want to incentivize that. What are the price points at which we want to incentivize it, and where do we think they go? So that there's more work to do on that.
Let me ask a question. I agree with Mike that we need to figure out ways of getting rental properties in that 100% AMI level. But when we're talking about subsidized housing of this sort, we're also talking about not someone going to the real estate agent and finding a house or finding a property, but going through a process, including getting on a waiting list. And, that I think we need to, while acknowledging that we do need that type of housing, we also need to just figure out a way that we can make the market create housing, so that it's easier for people to just come into town, middle class income people, and find housing that they can afford.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later, Mike.
No, John?
Never, that goes back 30.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Chaz Carey, for the presentation, and thanks to the Multifamily Permitting Committee for their work. Thanks to the Planning Department for their work. And I think we're on the verge of making some significant progress on this. It is a little bit alarming to hear that maybe no matter which approach we take, in the view of the state, it might require a 2/3 vote. That's a difficult hurdle. And I think, frankly, pushes us more in the direction of having to think seriously about the Multifamily Permitting Committee's proposal combined with the proposed rezoning of the BHA parcels and the Emerald Isle as being the most likely to get 2/3 approval at town meeting. And I emphasize, at town meeting, there was, briefly in the town administrator's presentation, the word ballot appeared. We're not looking at something that, as far as I know, is going to be on a ballot, for a town-wide vote. But we are looking at something that will be hopefully on the warrant for a November town meeting vote. And from what I'm seeing of the sentiment of town meeting, maybe we can get to the 2/3 for the Multifamily Permitting Committee's proposal combined with the BHA parcels and Emerald Isle. Whether we could also get 2/3 for adding to that the planning department's work in the form of the consensus proposal, so-called. So that's a tall hill to climb. And I think people are going to have to maybe structure a vote that keeps alive the possibility of 2/3 approval of something, but also offers the option of getting the whole, the whole package, the consensus package, all the way to 2/3. So what I sent to the town administrator this morning was, I hope it's an intelligent sort of approach to this, which is that there be sort of a 3-part division of the question, beginning with, and I'm just looking at how the select board will take a vote, that we might take a vote first to support presentation of the Multifamily Permitting Committee's proposal to the November 2023 town meeting as the town's measure of compliance with the MBTA-CA. So that would be the first vote. The second vote would be whether to support adding elements of the planning department's draft Harvard Street rezoning to that in the form of what is now known as the consensus proposal, and to see if the select board would like to see town meeting then move to that vote. And then would the select board like to see, in addition, after we've determined the result of that second vote, adding to the select board's Multifamily Permitting Committee's proposal, the rezoning proposal for the BHA parcels in the Emerald Isle. And so we would have maximum chance to get 2/3 of either 2/3 of the whole package, or 2/3 approval of at least one of the 3 key elements to what's now known as the consensus package.
So, and to your point, John, I put up the decision matrix. The
Right.
first basics, it's structured exactly that way. It starts with the Multifamily Permitting Committee. It asks then, should we add Harvard Street to that? And then about the auxiliary zoning proposals. And then at the tail end, it says, should the select board advance M District Plus as a fallback option? So all of those are broken out as separate questions.
Great.
For the select board to consider.
Great.
Okay, I think Miriam had her hand up, but don't be communicating with the audience, okay?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. So I totally I think I totally understand what John is proposing. And I think it's a really good opportunity for me to say, I think it should be totally the other way around, which is I support the consensus proposal. I'm willing to give on, like, there are certain things I'm sure I'm not going to agree with everybody on in terms of the Stop and Shop, the parking, whatever. I'm here to listen to what everyone has to say on those. I have, of course, how I feel, but I would give on those. What I won't support is M districts only. I just won't do it. That's paper compliance. I said right from the beginning, I would not support paper compliance. I will die on that sword. I will not support paper compliance. That's not what this is about. It completely misses the whole point. So, BHA is going to happen either way, right? So the only addition for the M+ would be Emerald Isle. I just can't get behind that. I think the consensus, again, there are parts of it that I will give on because I think it's more important that we could get the consensus. And I think that's what we have to push. And I think that if, of course, that's what we vote on and agree on, but I think that's where we go. I think if we give this other M+ option first, we're done. And I just,
Oh, yeah, well, we have to comply, and that's the
right,
way
we
of
have to
complying.
comply, but paper
And-
compliance is.
Well, if it's paper compliance or water compliance, we have to comply. And,
I got you, Bernard, but,
okay.
but to me, it's not in the intent of the actual law, paper compliance.
So there's a lot that's not in the intent of the actual law. So what we're trying to do is to comply, but give ourselves an opportunity to do something better. And that's really,
Oh,
I'm sorry, Paul. Paul.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me, Bernard. So first, I want to thank Chaz, the town administrator, for his presentation and also his leadership on helping to move us in a direction of a consensus proposal. I know personally how hard he's been working at it, as well as the planning department and frankly, other groups. The consensus proposal is, and we got to work through the details, I think is widely supported, frankly. And, certainly there may be some folks that won't support it, but I think that we are moving certainly in the right direction. It's probably a little bit too early to start getting into like structuring the votes, but I will say that I fully support putting a version of the consensus proposal in front of town meeting and having that voted first at whatever level it is. It sounds like it would be a 2/3 vote. And I also fully support the town administrator's recommendation that we also put onto the warrant the backup plan, should we not be able to get to a 2/3 vote, because frankly, we need to be compliant with the law. And so I think I'm aligning here with Miriam's thoughts on we need to bring the full package to town meeting. Let that be debated. It's going to go through the process of advisory and other boards and commissions, and they're going to do their own things to it. But I do hope that when we finally get to structuring the warrant, that the consensus proposal, which I think is, I support it. I think blending it, the details will be very important to me, but blending what Miriam's calling paper compliance, which gives us the opportunity with Harvard Street, which gives us the opportunity to get what we want, the community wants out of Harvard Street, which is more commercial, much more affordable housing, and the type of transit-oriented experience that we're looking for. I think that's a win all around. So I wouldn't really be in favor of putting the backup strategy as the first vote on the warrant. I'd want to put the consensus first. So that's what I have to say. And again, I really want to thank the planning department, Karen, Maria, for all their hard work, as well as the M District Committee. I know they're still toiling. I listened to their meeting last night for several hours. This really has been a community-wide effort, and I have faith that the outcome will be the right one for Brookline. Thank you.
Okay, unless there are any other comments from the select board, I'd like to open this public hearing. Remember, 2 minutes each, and we're going to go for 15 minutes. If there's an overflow of comments, we will come back at the end of our meeting, which will not be long, and take whatever number of additional comments there are. Devin, call or tell us who's first up. I see Representative Vitolo is itching to come to the mic, so why don't you just come up and start us off?
Thank you, Tommy Vitolo, State Representative and Town Meeting Member at Large, as it were. I want to begin by thanking Ms. Morelli for her incredible work. You deserve a good nap come December, at least a second. And certainly Ms. Bruton, Mr. Carey, Mr. Benka, and others. What I want to encourage this board to do is to recognize that there's a significant number of town meeting members who, believe it or not, still haven't fully plugged in to what's going down in November. And whether or not you like it, they're going to have their own opinions about some details. And I want to remind this body about the rulings on scope for amendments. And so what I would encourage this body to do is to make very clear 7-10 days before the warrant is due, exactly semicolon by semicolon what you will file, so that town meeting members who perhaps want to expand the scope. The simplest example is raise a floor. I'm not arguing that anyone's going to say we should have 5-story buildings, but you want to give them the opportunity to effectively make an amendment to expand the scope by filing a nearly identical warrant article that's broader, so that town meeting can then negotiate between those goalposts. So for example,
You have 30 seconds.
there might be someone who wants ground floor retail from one end to the other. And so you need to give them the opportunity to argue for that, lest they vote no on the whole thing over not being as flexible as Select Board Member Ashkenazi has suggested she would be on a number of these issues. So my recommendation, I love the work. I'm really proud of our town for getting where we are, to make sure we get 2/3, make sure that town meeting has the flexibility to amend effectively in either direction. And the way you do that is to make your language really clear far enough in advance of the deadline of the warrant,
You've
so that
reached 2
someone else
minutes.
can file a similar warrant article, different in whatever key measurement that they think is important, and allow our town meeting to have that full debate and not be cut off by scope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Sandy Silk. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin. 2 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you all for a very clear presentation this evening. I've had the pleasure of serving on the Economic Development Advisory Board for Brookline, and I currently also serve as the District Council Chair for ULI, the Urban Land Institute, and in that role have participated in a lot of discussions around the need for housing in this, both in the Boston region and the broader country at large. I'm speaking tonight to expressly support the inclusion of Harvard Street in the zoning proposal. I agree with Select Board Member Ashkenazi that we need to make sure that we are compliant in reality, and and that what we create here will actually produce new housing. And it's not just a compliance with the letter of the law, but we are actually complying with the spirit of it. Brookline benefits from the economic growth of our region, and we need to do our part here to address the housing shortage. This is our opportunity to be proactive and lay a foundational roadmap for where we want housing to go, and not react to it as we have had to in the past. I'm looking at U40Bs, and we will continue to have to fight those in the future. I also had the pleasure of conducting the financial analysis behind the commercial retail incentive that's being proposed. I can confirm that based on many conversations with developers and brokers that have done projects in the Harvard Street corridor, that as long as retail rents on a net basis are greater than the net housing rents, we will continue to have a demand for a vibrant ground floor in that Harvard Street corridor.
You have 30
continue-
seconds.
We can continue to support that demand by creating opportunities for more housing that is proximate to the transit and commercial infrastructure that makes Brookline so desirable. I don't think we can rest on our laurels here. We have commercial districts that are the envy of many other communities. We can invest in their ability to support our long-term economic viability by supporting more housing and residential growth that is proximate to those areas. So in closing, I urge you to support this, the inclusion of Harvard Street in this proposal so that we can become a community that will comply with the MBTACA, both in the letter and the spirit of the law that was intended to really address the housing crisis we have in this community. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Michael Rubenstein.
Thank you. My name is Michael Rubenstein. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 13. The consensus proposal provided by the town staff is excellent. It provides a meaningful number of additional housing units over time that Brookline sorely needs to remain a vibrant community. Without additional housing, market forces will continue to drive up the cost of housing in Brookline and further segregate Brookline into three groups. Those of us lucky enough to have purchased homes in more affordable past times, those of us lucky enough to be able to purchase expensive homes or afford ever-increasing rents, and those of us who remain in an economic condition sufficient to qualify for government subsidized housing. Such segregation is not a recipe for a vibrant Brookline. The consensus proposal contains important steps towards a better future. The Harvard Street zoning proposal is estimated to add 800 units of housing over time, with 120 of those units being affordable. Those 120 units integrated into our Main Street corridor will contribute to its vitality. The proposed Walnut High Street Overlay District will create a similar number of subsidized housing units that are affordable for people with less than 50% of the area median income.
You have 30 seconds.
These proposals expand the creative talent that can call Brookline home. We need these sharp minds in Brookline to address challenges we can predict now, as well as challenges beyond our current imagination. The choice between doing nothing to increase our housing stock and taking important steps now is clear. I urge the Select Board to do its utmost in advocating for the Harvard Street and Walnut High Street zoning proposals and thus ensure that Brookline makes the right choice. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Arlene Hill.
Hello, I'm a transplant from Dorchester. I live in Brookline housing. And I like to remind everybody this is about people at the bottom, at the base of it. And people need to see how people in Brookline live. People from Dorchester, people from Rosendale and Roxbury, you are a different breed from us. But we need to see you to know you can live like that. That's a way people live. When you live close to the bone, there's chaos. There's not much chaos in Brookline. It's a very stable community. It's worth it for you too, because you get to say, we are so lucky and so grateful. It's a good thing to have a mix of economics in the city. It's what keeps you alive. So at the bottom of this, always remember it's people and everybody is a cake and we're all just different frostings. And it's good to have different frostings everywhere. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Susan Zeiger.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Susan Zeiger. I live at 20 Plowgate Road in Brookline. And I want to start also by thanking and complimenting our town officials, our staff, the planning department and volunteers who did such a thorough and thoughtful job of developing all of these plans for compliance. I appreciate that brief opportunity to speak this evening for a moment, and also in support of the consensus proposal put forth by Town Administrator Carey. I think it was quite brilliant. And I also want to put emphasis on the inclusion of the Harvard Street component. I'm not an expert on housing. I'm not a town meeting member. I'm just an interested citizen, and I've been tracking these issues for a few years. I think I probably represent sort of middle of the road opinion in town meeting too. And so I'm more hopeful than perhaps some of you are that we really could get 2/3 of the vote in town meeting, although I had hoped that we could go with majority only. But just to speak personally for a moment, my husband and I love Brookline as the vibrant and diverse community with wonderful schools, where we moved 25 years ago and raised 2 sons. My roots here go back even further, as my mom was the Pierce School librarian for 30 years when I was growing up. Recently, when our older son, a public school teacher, was deciding where to set down his own roots for adult life, the unaffordability of Greater Boston for a middle income worker, a teacher, was a major factor in his choosing to live in Chicago. The same is true for our younger son, a social worker now in Philadelphia. They're fine and we're happy for them. Those are great places to live.
You have
But I
30
worry a lot
seconds.
about our community of Brookline going forward. How can we be a vibrant, diverse, and sustainable community without homes and apartments for people to live in, rent, or buy, that people who aren't hyper affluent can afford? As you know, we can't be those things. So for these reasons, I was really pleased when the Mass Legislature passed the MBTA Communities Act. It's sensible, in my opinion, to build more multifamily housing. It's sensible and vital for climate resiliency that we build this housing along our best transit routes and close to jobs, cultural opportunities, quality childcare, and places of worship like my own synagogue in Coolidge Corner. So I'd love to see Brookline become part of the solution.
We've reached
as
2
several
minutes.
of our neighboring towns have already signed up to be. Thank you all for listening.
The next person signed up for public comment is David Rockwell. Your 2 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Great, thank you. I apologize for my premature appearance earlier this evening, Devin. Thank you for getting me in my right place. I'm David Rockwell. I'm a member of the United Parish in Brookline, located right on Harvard Street at Marion. I'm here tonight to voice my support for the Harvard Street zoning proposal and the town administrator's consensus proposal that will take advantage of the great work that the planning department has done and the multifamily permitting committee has also done. We all know about the housing costs. They've moved beyond the means of most households in the greater Boston area. Some of us of my advanced age were lucky enough to enter the housing market many years ago when it was affordable, and we can enjoy the benefits now of living in a community like Brookline with its wonderful amenities and advantages. What a shame it is to think that the Brookline we love has become available only to the very wealthy and to those of us who entered the housing market decades ago. We must find a way to make this zoning action a meaningful stimulant to housing production. I want to note that this issue affects our religious institutions. At my church, which, as I think you know, is the home of the Brookline Food Pantry, the Thrifty Fred's thrift store, a vital part of our community, and it is a member of the Greater Boston Interfaith Organization, the absence of affordable housing in Brookline threatens a congregation like ours. Every day, we are aware of how hard it is both to attract new members and to retain existing members because of the impossibly high housing costs that they face here. The town's religious institutions are among the elements of our community threatened by the housing market, but they are also among the elements of our community that will be strengthened by more housing opportunity.
You have 30
We
seconds.
need a diverse community in our town, diverse by income, by age, by ethnicity, by talent and job skills. The additional residents who will gradually come to our town, and it will be gradual once the zoning is in place, will add life to Brookline, bring more customers for our Main Street businesses, and talented and engaged new citizens for our civic life. And please remember the climate impact of this proposal. To the extent we build more housing near transit, we reduce the pressure in the market for more construction of faraway homes requiring long automobile commutes to work, shopping, and recreation. Meaningful zoning like this is good for our planet.
You've reached 2 minutes.
Thank you to the town staff, to Chaz Carey and his work, to the planning department and also to the elected officials for all this work. Please support the Harvard Street rezoning plan and meaningful zoning reform and all the elements that will make that possible. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Steve Hyken. Your 2 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. And I want to thank Maria Morelli, the planning staff, Dick Benka and the members of his committee, and Opticos, the consultant, for an amazing amount of work that's been done in a very short amount of time. I certainly want to concur with those who believe we ought to put both the Harvard Street and the M District proposals with the adjunct to the M forward as a consensus proposal. But as chair of the planning board, as an architect with 40 years of professional experience, co-founder of a firm that specializes in multifamily housing, transit-oriented development, mixed-use development, and 20 years on the planning board, of which the last 5 as chair, I have looked at the spectrum, both proposals, Harvard Street and the M, but the Harvard Street proposal in detail, because the planning board is where the rubber is going to meet the road if this goes forward. And as Maria knows, I have numerous questions and comments about some of the details. The big picture, terrific, but I think there are many details about the design criteria that someone, the staff, the architects and developers who are going to be submitting proposals, and eventually the planning board are going to have to grapple with. And I see the process, including the site plan and design review chapter that was only added this past weekend, as needing a lot more technical thought and review. And I would urge the select board to consider not deferring this indefinitely to next spring or whatever. I know we have to meet the deadline, but I understand there's the possibility of establishing a special town meeting that could be in December, enough time to meet the deadline that would give everyone involved another month to try to hash out the details and make this whole package not only work better,
You have
but
30
succeed.
seconds.
And further concerned, I certainly agree that the aspirational goal of achieving a 2/3 consensus at town meeting would be great, but I have serious doubts as to whether that's possible. I think back to about a year ago when we passed a reduction in parking requirements in the T-Pod that was passable under housing choice, and that got 62%, I think, but it didn't get 2/3. And I think that all this work, I would hate to see it all go down the drain if we can't get a 2/3 vote. So I would urge this group and others, the moderator, town council, and folks with technical expertise to figure out how we can craft these proposals to meet housing choice and go forward under that approach. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Deb Stang.
Good evening. And again, thank you for all of the work that's been done. It's an incredible amount of work. I'm Deborah Stang. I'm a homeowner at 132 Amory Street. When I look out the windows of my apartment, I look across to Cottage Farm, and I have friends and neighbors there. And I look across the street to Egmont Street to the BHA housing, and we have friends and neighbors there. And I'd like to tell you a story of a young man who came as an immigrant to this country, who grew up in the Trustman apartments, who had the ability to go to the Brookline schools, who was able to go to public college, who is now working at Harvard, and who has succeeded because of being able to grow up in Brookline, and because of the help that he got along the way. He wants to return to his hometown. He makes a good salary, and he wants to be here with his family. He wants to be here in the town where he grew up, and he has a great deal to contribute. I'm here in support of the Harvard Street proposal. I agree with Ms. Ashkenazi that we cannot just pay lip service to this proposal. Our backs are up against the wall. I'm very sorry that we probably will have to go with a 2/3 vote and not a simple majority, because I think it is going to be difficult. And but I think that we cannot go back. We cannot afford, obviously, to lose the funds.
You have 30
that will come to
seconds.
us. And I think the best possible solution is for all of us,
and especially the select board to recommend a consensus view that as many people as possible can agree with. Thank you again for your time and hard work in striving to make Brookline a welcoming and affordable town.
The next person signed up for public comment is Bob Craig. All right, that means I can elevate one person in the attendee list.
How close are we to 15 minutes?
We have exceeded it.
Okay.
This will be the last person because we had a couple folks who hadn't signed up.
Interlopers.
Okay. I believe in being flexible, so that's fine.
Brian Ladd, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 2 minutes will begin.
Yes, good evening and thank you. Brian Ladd, 1856 Beacon Street. I'm very encouraged by what I've heard here tonight. And it makes me glad that I chose to move to Brookline a year ago. So I'm not going to make my arguments in favor of the Harvard Street plan. I just want to say a couple words about how to sell it to those disengaged town meeting members that Tommy Vitolo mentioned. Because form-based zoning, I think, is a bit difficult to grasp for those of us who aren't professionals, although the staff has done a heroic job on that. I think it's important to emphasize that the choice is not between freezing Harvard Street as it is versus a leap into the unknown. The choice is between, on the one hand, this form-based zoning that looks at Harvard Street as it is, takes its best characteristics and proposes them as the framework, versus the current zoning, which uses these abstract concepts like floor area ratios and lot coverage, and simply does not work in a mixed-use urban context. That's the choice, and I hope everyone involved can come to realize that that's the real choice involved. Thank you.
At this time, there are 2 attendees in the virtual list with their hands raised. And there are about a dozen people in the room with 2 people's hands raised.
Now you have 5, so I think it might be best to send them to it's up to the chair, but it may be best.
Yeah, I'd like to open up the hearing after the business portion.
Okay.
Because I think that, once we have 5, we'll get 5 more, and this could be a long conversation. Let's do that long conversation at midnight.
All right, so folks with the hands raised in the attendee list virtually, I will take down your names. Folks here, if you want to stay, you can add your name to the list up here, or you can just stick around and we'll call on you when we get there.
Yeah. So it's 8 o'clock. I think that we're doing pretty well on time. We started pretty early. So it shouldn't be, too late when we get back to the public comments on MBTACA. So
from here,
how do we, okay, you set up a,
have my handy dandy matrix here. I've been modifying it a little bit based on the comments we've been hearing so that we have a process to go forward. You have a number of questions but need to be answered. But I want to flag first some of the changes that have already been made in response to.
Sorry, I skipped over Charlie. I have him signed up in advance and I just missed him on the list.
Okay. Do you have to, we know what you're going to say, so do we have to hear it now, or do you want to?
It's not fair.
I mean, it's not, I'm not denigrating what you have to say, but. So. Okay. Let's.
We had some community feedback that we've already been incorporating. For example, the ground floor commercial guidelines have initially were written in such a way that they say, EDAB writes them and approves any modifications to them. We've added a layer of approval at the select board level. EDAB is still responsible for generating those modifications, but the select board has oversight. That's commensurate with how EDAB and HAB operate, for example. Initially, some of the documentation referred to the minimum depth for commercial space as 15 square feet. It's now 30. We doubled it. Opticos, some folks recommended, by the way, can we do that with a percentage base? Can we do a percentage of the base as opposed to setting a clear number? When you play with percentages, you're playing with fire. There's often a concern, for example, that if you picked a number like, 50%, it has to be with the retail of the entire lot, has to be the retail floor space. You might accidentally knock out retail parking, which I know is a big deal for a lot of people and one of those issues that people have been raising in comments. And once that happens, it may not be viable for them to have retail development there. And if you're mandating it, that means no development at all. So better to have certainty in terms of that. And again, Opticos, who are, you know, the folks who paid a lot of money to do this, say 30 feet's the way to go. We've doubled it. We think that's the right call. I want to again commend the multifamily permitting committee has already been responsive to community feedback and has made a lot of changes to the M District Plus, even since we saw it last week when this initial memorandum came out, such as not including townhomes as a building style, removing some of the M1 sub-districts in some areas of Beacon Street. All of that we recommend you endorse. All of the changes we recommend you endorse. The items that Mr. Hyken identified, technical details for site plan review that have been identified by the planning board and others. We know that this document is complex and that there are a lot of hands on it and a lot of eyes on it. And that as a result, you get scrivener's errors, you get typos where you get the run to the finish. To Representative Vitolo's point, we do aim to have a draft of this out before the warrant closes so that there's an ample opportunity for folks to review and ensure that if someone wants to put a document that exceeds the scope out there, they may be able to do so. I do want to flag, though, that because the current zoning is so restrictive, that some things that you might think of as adding to the scope actually subtract from it, paradoxically, although, again, it is ultimately the moderator's discretion and the moderator's decision. And we intend to work very much well in hand with the moderator to ensure that she knows what's in here. She knows what's in the base zoning. She can make an informed decision on amendments. But Opticos is on last mile duty for this stuff. We are going to be very, very much in hammer and nail mode to make sure that the scaffolding is fully built. What a tortured metaphor that was. We're gonna we've got all of that in hand, and we are confident that the issues, the kinks that have been identified that are not the bones of the proposal will be well worked out in advance. And then for the rest of that, that's what a lot of the committee review is for as well. We know that multiple committees are going to be looking at this final warrant article and making recommendations as a result of that, and we feel confident. So the basics of this decision matrix are, what do you want to be in your warrant article or articles that go before a town meeting? What aspects of the plan? And if you decide that you want that Harvard Street proposal as part of your sponsored warrant article, there are some specifics that have to be answered. Large lots, and I'll go through all of these in detail when we get to them, but just to give you a sense of what some of the questions are that the community have asked for. And then I'll go through some of the items that were raised by the community that we want to address, but that we don't necessarily think are appropriate for the decision matrix for a number of reasons. Obviously, if the select board disagrees, that select board should absolutely take them up. But we want to make sure that have a full universe of what the remaining questions are to answer. If it's all right with you, Chair, I guess we could go through this. And
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so question one is, should the select board advance version of the MBTACA M District's proposal as part of its sponsored warrant article? The question that John raised. Our recommendation is yes, that you do so, conditioned on the committee finalizing it to right size the total number of districts. They've been doing that. They're waiting for feedback from their consultant that they've brought on board for this. Kara is working with. That's going to come next week. And we feel confident that work will be completed. So tonight, I think a conditional vote saying yes, provided that they work with their consultant and finalize it to make sure the right number of districts are included, is the way forward. Your other options could be to just say no, or to say yes, but our article will include every M district, and that way we can amend it to take out whatever we don't want. I think rather than leaving that to chance, it's better to just present a cleaner article and say, and trust the committee's work on this. They have a good handle on it. They've been thinking about this for months. They've got great consulting power. I'm confident that they're going to come up with a good solution there.
Yes.
This is mostly for Bernard. How do you want to handle this? Do you want us to vote or tell you what we think as we go on each one?
My thought.
Yeah, or can we just do consensus? I mean, yeah.
And then at the end of maybe the consensus process, can you just take a vote and say, right, we authorize you to draft the warrant article and submit and we draft the warrant article and put it on the warrant based on what we've discussed here.
Yeah. The first two items on your matrix, I mean, it seems to me that we should probably agree on those together. I thought that was the
that is the
idea
consensus.
behind the consensus.
Yeah, that's
plan.
the consensus.
Yeah.
proposal, right?
Yep.
Yes. So is there any objection to that?
Well, just a question.
Paul, okay, I'm sorry.
Well, no, you called on Paul. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I put my hand up, but I can't see anybody. There you guys are. So I just want to make clear what I'm looking at. So the first two lines is essentially saying, we're going to put 2 articles on the warrant. A
No.
consensus. Hold on, let me just get my words.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's hard. That we would put, I think what this says, and Jazz, correct me if I'm wrong, that your slide where we were going to put 2 articles in the warrant. One would be a consensus article, which is a blending of the M district plus and the Harvard Street proposal. And then I would hope that that's the article that the select board says, we're all behind, we'd like you to vote for at town meeting in favor of this. And then the other one is a backup article would be just the M district plus. Is that what these 2 lines say, Chaz?
So these 2 lines are basically the bones of the consensus proposal. And you can see I've added the word consensus to try and make it clearer, which is why I think Bernard and Miriam suggested taking them together. These would form the bones of the consensus proposal. The fallback proposal is line 7.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Yep. No, sorry, it was confusing.
Okay, John?
So if we're going to vote on 1 and 2 together, or the first 2 together, don't we have to first go through what we are going to do about the Harvard Street proposal in terms of narrowing down the specifics of it?
Well, the second one is staff proposes yes with modifications decided tonight.
I know.
We'll
That's my point.
be subject to those modifications.
I mean, my thought is, if you start with the bones and say, we like Harvard Street in theory, but there need to be changes made, then you have the changes made as this whole separate tab that we go through, which has the large lots.
Yeah.
M district has the, that side district that doesn't abut Harvard Street directly.
See, that's where I'm sort of running aground here, because
We could take that, we could take that first if you prefer.
well, I'm just one person on this board, but until I know what's included in the Harvard Street proposal, I don't know how I can decide if I think it should be included in as a package.
Mike?
Can I suggest, John, that the resolution might be, wait till, if you're in general in favor of the consensus, wait till the end till you see what's in there, and then you have an opportunity to say no.
But
Yeah, we're
that's the
gonna-
opposite of what we were proposing to do. We were proposing to go ahead and take a vote on on 1 and 2, and then figure out what we meant by 2.
No, we're gonna try to get a consensus and move on that. Unless, we don't agree, in which case we can vote, but it's all tentative pending resolving all the issues and having a final vote at the
Yeah.
end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So as
So
we're tentatively saying that you want to create a consensus warrant article
Yeah.
and a fallback warrant article. That seems to be the,
Well, let's wait on the fallback article. I reserve my,
okay.
I'm going to reserve judgment, I'm afraid.
So I think then we need to go through the bones of
Yeah.
Harvard Street in order for there to be clarity on everyone's account.
Yeah.
But before we do that, might it be possible to talk about the auxiliary zoning proposals?
Sure.
To any consensus article could include the Emerald Island proposal and the BHA, the Walnut High Overlay District.
Yeah.
Is there any concern?
No.
I see Paul nodding, but he's got his hand up.
Hey, Paul?
I'm sorry, my hand should have been down. No, I'm good with including Emerald Isle and the BHA.
Okay, Chestnut Hill Village 40B alternative, the committee said that they were not in favor currently of moving forward with. They just didn't think they had enough time to make a reasonable recommendation on that front. So our recommendation is that you follow the committee's vote there and leave that out of the consensus for now.
Everyone agree on that?
Do you mind repeating that?
So there was a third proposal, auxiliary zoning proposal that came from a developer relatively late in the process.
Yeah.
That was reviewed today at the committee's meeting. The committee basically said, we don't have enough time to really work through the bones of this. We don't necessarily like putting that on the warrant now. So
Okay.
it was a not now kind of response.
So that was the eligibility letter we dealt with.
That's
correct?
exactly right. The developer was proposing a potential alternative rezoning of the 6 acres as opposed to the 40B.
Okay, so we have consensus on what?
So we have a consensus on the auxiliary, which is Emerald Island, BHA, and no Chestnut Hill Village.
And I'll just
Okay.
The way I understand it is BHA is going to happen regardless, but this just makes it much easier.
Correct.
Yeah, and then that makes it more likely.
Yes.
I mean, we don't know what's gonna happen in the next. Week.
Right.
We want to make it as easy as possible for them to do.
To do this.
project.
Yeah. Okay, shall we go down the list in Harvard Street?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, so first question, should we keep those two large lots in? There are two large lots in question. There's been some community discussion about adding the Walgreens. I think that's just a little bit too small of a lot, unless you disagree. I only saw that in one letter. I just did one in the district completeness flag that at some point someone said, what about the Walgreens? Really, we're talking about those two large lots, the TJ Maxx, where currently there are a TJ Maxx and Stop and Shop. Our recommendation to you on this has consistently been we should include these as part of the Harvard Street rezoning. And the reason for that is Harvard Street rezoning caps these at 4 stories and limits the form of what can be built. It's our understanding from an economic development perspective that if you do that, they're unlikely to change, because what they would really like to do there, what any rational, motivated owner of those properties would like to do there, would be to redevelop them for larger scale projects, 6 or 7 stories with a supermarket on the ground floor.
So we don't lose the supermarket.
So we don't lose the supermarket. That's in an ideal world, the kind of highest and best use of those lots is something that looks like that. Under the current zoning, if we leave it at the status quo, our fear is they could sell to a Dollar General. They could sell to another retailer. And again, I don't know, knocking against Dollar General, but you're selling it to another entity that may not want the highest and best use of the land. Whereas if you have the protections of the form-based zoning, if they do wind up selling, then you have a protection in place where you say to the Dollar General or any buyer, any other buyer, Krispy Kreme, you name it. Rest in peace, Krispy Kreme.
Big donuts.
You can't, well, it turns out we have form-based zoning here, so you can't just put another kind of structure that looks like the Stop and Shop or the TJ Maxx there. You have to follow the guidance. However, this is the area where we've gotten the most feedback from the community, and the community's feedback has been, don't touch it, except at the economic development boards and in those locations. The most vocal feedback has been, don't touch it. And I think the rationale for that is honestly, the status quo feels less scary to people than changing it, because they really don't want to lose those anchor businesses.
Yeah.
And I mean, the problem, this is a problem, right? Where you have, it turns out the change may be more protective to the anchor businesses, but it's harder to explain that to people.
Yeah.
We've been doing our best, but what we continue to hear kind of across the political spectrum, although not universally, is you can wait on this. So those are your two options there.
Well, we can wait if we include it in Harvard Street and take it out even right before town meeting, because it's within scope to reduce the size.
Yes, you could do that.
Where that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mike.
What I would suggest is I think it's really important to respect, however, I don't want to use the word irrational, but however, however sort of queasy public opinion may be, it's really important to respect that. And if it makes any sense to take those 2 lots and have a separate article or this article and deal with them separately in a way that does protect them, that does preserve the status quo, that might be a way of reducing people's concern and at the same time doing what you're very appropriately interested in doing, which is making it possible for the current owners to develop them in a way that we view as constructive.
Yeah, Paul?
Yeah, thank you for recognizing me, Bernard. So a couple of points. First, I do think that this is a critical issue to help us get to 2/3. Enough people have raised concerns about these 2 important large lots. One, certainly the Stop and Shop, because it is central to Main Street, Harvard Street, and is used so heavily. And 2, the TJ Maxx site is also very large. That I think that removing these brings votes on. You don't lose votes for Harvard Street if you take them out. If you leave them in, I think you lose votes. And I will share with you that I did speak with one of the owners of these lots, of a lot, very large, one of the two owners, had a long conversation. And what they communicated to me was that, you know, they are okay with coming forward with a plan that they would like to see for developing in the future, because even the zoning that's being proposed, they wouldn't be able to do it economically. And, you know, this could involve senior housing, mixed use senior housing. So I think these two lots are really critical assets to the community, and they should be treated, you know, separate and distinct. And let's work with these owners and developers to come up with what makes sense economically for them and also best use for the community. So I would strongly encourage that tonight we take them out.
Okay, I would urge our planning department to work with them. And I think select board members ought to be careful.
That was at the encouragement of.
Yes, no, sorry,
yeah, thank you, Bernard.
we encouraged, they wanted to speak to someone on the select board.
Okay, so next time, tell me about it.
Okay. Will do.
Okay. Miriam?
Actually, I think John got his finger
sorry.
up first.
Either way.
Just your back was one.
Yeah, I do want people who are watching this process to be clear as to my part in this, because the position I'm in right now is we're going through the Harvard Street piece of this, and I am going to be participating in the votes in a way that, you know, to my point of view, improves to the maximum the Harvard Street piece of this. But I'm also extremely aware of what I have in front of me, which is up until this minute, where I'm still getting, you know, feedback from some folks, some of whom have been participating in these decisions about zoning for years and years and years and years. And yes, there has been a consensus of a lot of people in this room tonight to just go forward, add Harvard Street to the consensus proposal, make the whole thing a package and tie a bow around it. Some very thoughtful people who've done a lot of study of this are saying they've still got certain questions that remain unanswered, and they're not covered by this grid. And so even though I'll be participating in votes to improve to the maximum the Harvard Street piece, I'm still in a position of wanting us to hold off on putting that into the total package until we've worked out all of these issues that I keep seeing, you know, brought to my attention by some other folks who are very thoughtful and have studied these things for a long time. So that's just so people won't be confused. Oh, he voted for it and then he voted against it. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Okay. Miriam?
Yeah, thank you. So I agree with Paul and Mike in that my preference would be to keep these two in, but my real preference is to pass the damn thing. So I think that Paul's point is that we're not going to lose. We're going to, you know, not lose votes if we take them out. We could lose votes if we leave them in.
Okay.
Then I'm fine with taking them out and dealing with them separately.
Does anyone object to that or disagree with that?
No.
Those consensus.
There you go.
Move on.
What should be done with this little district that doesn't abut Harvard Street? Let me pull the map so you can see this. This is probably the best map to show.
This is Brookline Village.
No, yeah,
It's all board.
Oh, Elm Court. Oh, yeah, the one behind.
So
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Sorry. So I would say, I mean, that's very close to where I live, around the corner. I'm very familiar with that neighborhood. And I would say that there are some exceptions there, but that neighborhood is almost built out as a practical matter. And whether we include it or not isn't going to make much difference in terms of development in the reasonably long term. I mean, you know, I'm not talking about 50 years out, but certainly the next 10 or 15 years, there will be some additional infill there, but there's not a lot of potential.
But I mean, that's also an area where we're losing old housing and they're being replaced by,
But
you know,
yeah.
what
Right.
people derisively call cereal boxes.
But I think that, well, there are a couple of cereal boxes there, but there's some a little more interesting than that.
I'm not saying that,
Yeah.
I'm not imposing my aesthetic on them. I'm just saying that
Right.
we're losing.
Yeah, but I think between St. Paul and that first row of properties along Harvard Street is most of that housing has been lost. It's, where it's too late. Or it's too late for the vast majority of the lots there. If you go to the east of St. Paul, that's a different story. Then you get over into the neighborhood right next to Lawrence School.
Okay, what is the, what are you asking?
I mean,
Wait,
well-
Paul?
Sorry.
Paul,
If Miriam wants to go first, you can go ahead. I think I heard her voice. Go ahead,
I'm just
Miriam.
trying to get clarity from Mike's comments.
The thought that
Doesn't
we had
matter
is,
one way or
right,
the
to Mike's point, this is built out. We've done the work on this. Currently, I think because the M1 districts are coming out of the multi-district committee's proposal, the alternative here would be to leave it as is, preserve the status quo, which again, that's what, if that's the desire, if that's the community thing, if that gets votes, we understand that. The thought here is that this MST, the L here stands for limited, right? And the point of this is it's already a Main Street transitional district. So it is not an area where we'd be mandating commercial. It's an area where there would be, more limited forms. And then that L sub district limits it even further, so that really you can only build what's already there now to the form-based code that is extant. So that's the point of that district. However, again, right, it does not directly abut Harvard Street. And the reason why it became a part of that was because it was an attractive district to achieve MBTA-CA compliance when Harvard Street was the model for MBTA-CA compliance. Now that that's out, we just have good form-based zoning proposals for that neighborhood, that little sub-neighborhood, that allow for limited changes to the forms that currently exist there. But again, matter of optics, if what you want to say is, from a clean perspective, you've got, Harvard Street is just Harvard Street, then this is a district that is not directly abutting Harvard Street.
So is this the form you're talking about?
No,
Or is the previous one?
it's the previous one.
Okay.
You were pointing to, just for the record, for folks following along at home, Mike was pointing to the Main Street Neighborhood District, which is HMSN. HMSL, the difference is, HMST, the transitional, allows still 4 stories. It allows, that more multifamily nature. But you can see that shop fronts, the private frontage types on page 15 of the Harvard Street zoning proposal, in the limited district, shop fronts are not allowed in order to maintain that neighborhood's residential character.
So is it okay if I?
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Thanks a lot. So I'm gonna put my practical hat on for a moment again. So this particular area, which is an M1, was included even before the multifamily committee, the Dick Benka's committee that he's chairing, was formed. They've had extensive discussions about this area because it was part of all the M districts that they're looking at, and they're recommending that all M1s come out. And frankly, I do think we should go with their proposal. But more importantly, I'm going to go back to, are you adding or losing votes? We had an extensive debate at town meeting, if you recall, recently, where we went through that design review process because we were worried about getting tear downs. Tear downs will happen in this particular area. And I don't think that gains us votes for 2/3. And so my preference is to take it out. I'm all about getting to the 2/3 vote. And frankly, when you look at the Harvard Street corridor, this is the one thing that doesn't look like the others, right? It's weird. It's kind of an appendage. Why is it being added? So my preference is to take it out, take the advice of the M District committee that will deal with that. And then we have consistency and clarity, a good story along Harvard Street.
So yes, I'm sorry, John.
Just to quick note to add to this. I do note that a concern that some people have is, and who believe that we should take it out, is that leaving it in would trigger some degree of demolitions. So I just want to put that on the record.
Any disagreement with taking it out?
No, I agree with
I
Paul.
think it's it's a very active politically very active community, and we want their votes.
Yeah.
I think, just to your point. Okay, we have consensus on that.
Okay. Parking.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, this is the one that everyone likes to talk about. Right now, the Harvard Street proposal does something that is a little different than what is currently done in the rest of town, which is it has a parking maximum of 1 space with the possibility of getting up to 2 via special permit per unit built. This is for residential housing, let's be clear. And no minimum. So the minimum is 0. The aim of this is twofold. One, parking is expensive. It's especially expensive if you have to bury it, which is often what happens when you wind up with a parking minimum, is that your lot's too small. You got this parking minimum. Well, now we got to put it underground. That costs a lot of money. It makes projects unaffordable and drives up costs, drives up rents and and all of those things. It also eats up space for housing. Even if you don't bury it, if you want to build something that has no parking on site for people who are using alternate forms or limited parking on site, then you have more space to build more units. So the aim is twofold. It's not to say we are encouraging and saying everyone should be building with no parking. And the other aspect of this that we have been trying to be responsive to in talking to the community about it is this is about residential parking. It is not about commercial parking. It is not about mixed use parking, which is allowed as of right, which is to say you can build parking that is allowed for residential use from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. And then for commercial use only the rest of the day. The aim of this is to ensure that the burden that currently exists is not worsened. And that's not, let me be clear on this. I have the transportation team is online and listening in on this. We acknowledge, and I know that David Gladstone from the chamber has often been present at these meetings. I want to thank him and others for their comments on this. We acknowledge that in certain areas in and around Coolidge Corner, there can be issues, right? I think the biggest issue right now is the lack of parking for the senior center. It is a difficult place to reach except by car, and there's not enough parking for people who want to reach it by car. We are committed to a solution there, but that is a political thicket because every time we propose a solution, the neighborhood understandably says, whoa, wait a minute. What are you doing? So it's not easy. Those questions are not easy to answer, but they're also not questions that are necessarily going to have an impact with this question of a per unit parking minimum. With that said, once again, this is a talking point for people. When people see no parking minimum, their mind goes to that. They don't go to the question of, all right, we've got this, we have all these other things that relate to parking, but aren't really about residential parking. So we got our heads together on this. We think if you're going to propose a minimum, because the last analysis that was done at the 500 Harvard Street said, something like 0.47 to 0.67, or I think, or 0.7 or so for per unit for residential. Round that down, be aspirational, but still provide for some parking in the event, so that you can have some parking on site, but you're not accidentally de-incentivizing any housing from being built at all. Impose that minimum at 0.4, retain the maximum of 1. I think most folks who we've seen comment on this have been amenable to the maximum because they know the special permit is there to raise it to 2, but allows 0 by special permit and have that process run, to the extent possible by the planning board, or if that's not possible, obviously, if it requires it to be the variance, then it's CBA.
Yeah. Let me just say something first. I mean, the idea of a 0 parking minimum doesn't make any sense to me, because what it does is it shifts the cost of parking onto the town. We have to build or we have to, license what I call heat islands, for people to park, because people will need cars. And it shifts the burden onto town overnight parking lots, as well as, town streets that will be taken up by those who buy all-day parking licenses or parking fees. So, I just don't, the idea of not having a minimum, and I don't know what the number is, but not having a minimum is something that I'm very uncomfortable with in the reality of today's world. Yeah, Mike.
So I'm going to start by saying I agree with you.
Pardon?
I'm going to start by saying I agree with you. And I was the point person on the vote that got 62% to make it possible to go to get a permit for zero parking. But just the same, it required a process to get that. And I think there needs to be a process, and whether it's a special permit or something that the planning board can do without going to that, to that level. I don't really mind, but I think that putting some number in there is from the Paul's comments about that it won't lose you any votes, or it'll gain you more votes than you lose anyway, and you could lose quite a lot if you have zero. Then let the planning board on a case-by-case basis review these.
John?
Yeah, and I do think we need to have a minimum, and I think it's just a question of what that minimum should be. And so, the grid includes a couple of possibilities, maybe 0.4 to 0.7, maybe just 0.4, and with going down to zero by special permit. And then there's another grid alternative, which is 0.5 to 1.0, depending on unit type. Someone who I think very highly of, and again, another, he's on EDAB and has taken a look at these issues for a long time. He's proposing 0.7.
Yeah.
0.7 sounds about right to me. It's kind of in the same range as the various alternatives on this grid. So I'll just throw that out there.
Miriam?
So I'm going to be the dissenter, and I'm going to say I think that it is the MBTCA Communities Act. The point is that it is on a major transportation artery, and that we are trying to reduce our dependence, says the woman who has 2 cars, reduce our dependency on cars. That said, I will support the 0.4 minimum and allow zero by special permit, because I agree, again, my bottom line is to get a package that most people will vote for.
Okay.
I'm just saying where I stand, but then I
Yeah,
will support what it is that you guys are
Paul?
suggesting.
So I think I agree with just about what everybody sounds like they want to get away from zero. So that's good news. Now we're trying to decide. I'd like to split the difference and say 0.5 as a minimum, and you can go to zero with a special permit through the ZBA. I wouldn't go through the planning board. I go through the ZBA.
So there's, okay, what's your react? You had a reaction to?
Yeah, well, the ZBA is so one of the things that a developer, we have been told for years that developers shy away from Brookline, except for 40Bs, because they don't know what they're going to get. We have a multi-layer process. Now, this is far less than, Brookline has a baklava process. There are so many layers in it. But every time you add a layer, you create an element of uncertainty. And the ZBA is a much higher barrier than the planning board. So I would much prefer to leave this with the planning board. And, we can let this, we don't have to absolutely make that decision tonight, but I do think that broadly speaking, that would be my preference. So I only cringe at the mention of the zoning board. Not at the principle that Paul is talking about.
So Mike, are you?
Go ahead, Paul.
I just wanted to follow up because Mike was responding. So Mike, are you comfortable with the planning board granting this? I mean, what's the normal? If
Yes.
it's not the CBA, who's the next one? The planning board?
Planning board.
Planning board. Yeah, I think I agree with you. There should be some review. It isn't that somebody should come along and say, well, the minimum is 0.4 or 0.5 or whatever, but we're just not going to do that. There has to be a review. So I believe it should be with the planning board.
You know, what I'm hearing from you is 0.5, retain the maximum, allowed going down to 0, but only by authorization of the planning
Well, I
board.
thought we had 0.7.
0.7 is the other.
Right,
option.
right.
It could be
Paul
0.5.
presented.
By 3.
Paul came up with.
Paul came in and Miriam.
But I withdraw my suggestion. I think now that we're going towards the planning board, I don't want it to be 0. I would probably defer to the ZBA because that's normally what they do. That's where the jurisdiction is.
Trouble.
It seems weird to give it to the planning board, but I know 0 is the wrong number. So
Okay, so the question is it 4, 5, or 7?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the question.
I propose.
John,
Yeah.
what's your number?
Well, having cited, someone from EDAB as the person who has floated 0.7, if you don't mind, I'll just allow for a little bit more explanation, which I have in front of me. The 0.7 ratio is consistent with consultant recommendations and current comparable multifamily development in the area. In addition, well, that's a different point, but the other point that this person makes is that it is consistent with, I may have said this already, it's consistent with what you're seeing in developments that get built.
Yeah.
You're seeing something like 0.7.
Okay. Mike, what was your number?
I would be happy with 0.5, but I want to get this, I think it's more important to have a number. And this can be modified, there's an opportunity to modify this from the floor in town meeting.
I asked you because I thought you'd say 0.7, but that's.
I'm okay with, I'm okay with 0.7. I mean, let's get it.
I don't want to.
A couple of things, some good comments in the Q&A to flag. Our moderator, Kate Pulverman, who was on that most recent 40B panel, said that she would not rely on those parking analyses as the basis because 40B standards are often different than our zoning. Katha Seidman did flag that EDAB's study, when it did its performer for develop, used 0.4 as the baseline. So the last thing I'll say about this is, this is one of those paradoxic things. Again, the moderator is in the audience, so she can correct me if she feels right. But I would, my gut instinct would be that because what we currently have now is higher, that winding it back to what we have now would be taking something out of this and would not be adding to it. So if you start at 0.5 and you wind up at 0.7 by amendment because you're moving closer to what we currently have, that might be an amendment that's allowed. So maybe you start at 0.5 and through the amendment process, if boards and committees look at it, wind up at something closer to 0.7, so be it.
Okay,
let's
I'm
go with that.
willing to go with 0.5. Do we have consensus on that? Yeah, okay, let's just move on.
All right.
I'm always concerned about the fact that because you set a low parking minimum, doesn't mean that people aren't going to bring cars and expect to be able to park somewhere.
No, I absolutely accept that. I mean, I have a friend who lives in a very high-end condo and just behind the Marriott in Copley Square, and there is a building with over, I think, 100 units or so. There are 25 parking spaces, but that's there where indeed it is much more walkable, and you don't.
There's probably a lot of elderly people
different.
who don't cruise around.
Well, no, not all of my friends are elderly.
Okay, so wait, we have.
Looked at the audience for Kate Pulverman when I realized.
Oh, no, she's in the virtual audience.
Virtually.
Hi, Kate.
Okay, we have consensus on what number do we have consensus on?
There's 0.5.
Okay,
for now.
good. Let's move on.
Okay, great.
Let's go.
Ground floor commercial.
Ground floor commercial, where should it be mandated? Some folks say, maybe you heard Rep. Patolo say that there's a conversation, maybe we should mandate it along the entirety of the corridor. Our recommendation is that you don't do that. And here's why, because even though a lot of the corridor does have varieties of commercial in the ground floor, not all of it does. And we want people to be able to maintain, those brownstone style buildings, particularly those, in sort of the quieter parts of Harvard Street, and not run the risk if those get redeveloped of them requiring store, classic storefront. The other benefit to that is if you don't have the commercial incentive on the ground floor, if you don't use that, then you still have to build affordable housing, but you have to build affordable housing at the lower price point. And so if what you want is a purely residential structure in those existing neighborhoods that have purely residential development, you're actually incentivizing affordable housing at a lower price point. So you want that variety, you want more options available to you. So that's where we recommend. We'd recommend keeping it in the HMS districts for now.
Okay.
Recognizing, Representative Solo pointed out, it will be hard to amend to include more, but at least now people will have from you the telegraph that we're going this way, so that if they want to put their own warrant article out there, they can. They got plenty of time. So.
Okay, is there consensus on that?
Yeah.
Well, I heard HMS, but what about HMS 0? What about HMST?
So HMS zeros are the open districts. Those are more of the and then the HMST are the transitional ones. Let me switch screens here real quick so you can see the visual. The HMSO, or the lighter purple here, those are the areas where, you can see the transitional space between Coolidge Corner North and JFK Crossing, and then north of JFK Crossing, where you have that 140B, the funeral home, a couple of those brownstones right on the Boston border, that restaurant. And then you have the HMST is really that space between Coolidge Corner South and Brookline Village, where you have those the existing 4-story apartment buildings. Well, some of them that have, like, for example, the daycare on the ground floor, and other kind of, quieter shopfront uses. We just think that in those spaces, it's important to allow for commercial development like that, and even incentivize it so that you can have turnkey ready commercial spaces ready to go, but not necessarily to mandate.
Okay.
So, the argument for it, and again, quoting some other folks who are wiser than I am on this, is, that it's been a stated consensus objective to keep commercial where we have it, grow it where we don't.
Yep.
I think it's also a townwide consensus that for years that we don't have enough commercial real estate in Brookline.
Yep.
And so to the extent that including not just HMS, but also HMS 0 and HMST would err on the side of actually upping the amount of commercial space, I think that's the right direction to go in.
Are those parcels, though, likely to get any type of development, commercial or otherwise?
I mean, if they're redeveloped, I think they'll maintain the character that they have now, particularly because of the form-based zoning requirements we have in those districts, which still do require the sort of, in all except the purely HMSN, the neighborhood district, there is that requirement for the build out to allow for the facade for shop. I think I certainly hear that concern. I think allowing the incentives through the corridor does incentivize that, and we will get some commercial development, but by not forcing the mandate in those edge cases where we don't necessarily want a commercial development, and what we want is more variety in the affordable housing stock available to us. It gives us options.
Okay, Paul? You're muted.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Chaz, could you please put the map up, just so we can look at it together for a moment?
Let me get a bigger version of the map up for you. One second.
And the reason why I'm asking for the map, I thought the design point on the consensus, and I may have just misunderstood, was that where we have commercial today, we wanted to require it, right? Which is the way I interpret it is HMS and HMSO is where we have it today, correct?
So in the HMSO districts, and I think maybe what might be useful here is actually Google Maps.
Okay.
Let me get the map up. Let me get the map up. 1 second.
So can I just make a quick comment that will just go along here, that from the perspective of the people sitting here and the people watching this on Zoom, There's an old saying that when you watch sausage being made, you'll never want to have a sausage. And what you're watching is the sausage of public policy being made here. And I hope that all of you will continue to be interested in, very interested in the process, because we rely on what you think as we're trying to figure this out.
Welcome to transparent democracy.
Yeah.
Just to let people know, Bernard asked me to chair while he's out of the room. So if, are there people who want to add a comment at this point? Just let me know.
I just want to,
Let's look at the map.
So
yeah.
this is an HMS O district.
Okay.
This is what it looks like. You can see
Yep.
these big, the brownstones. Yep, here's the Ridley School. You know, here are these developments. And when you come into JFK Crossing, so we are now right around here on this map. And I can walk you up into
Yeah, go back to Google and
yeah, hold on.
there you go.
All right, so as we walk up the street here in our Google car.
There's Babke,
Bakey.
Bakey.
Once
So
you get
this is,
past
we're
the-
heading towards JFK Crossing, right?
Yes, now we're in JFK Crossing. Yep.
Okay,
crossing
yeah,
that.
please keep going. Yeah.
Yep. Now we're back in an HMS district here. Now we are, when we get up here to where these shops are, we're back in an HMS district. So here you have the massage parlor built here. You've got the hardware store. You've got the
That's a caterer on.
Couples.
yep,
the whole-
Couples,
The
yep. This is the Israel Bookshop. Tate. Yep. So now you're in an HMS district. This is where you'd have the commercial mandate. You wouldn't have it in that space. And let me go through JFK Crossing and I'll show you where this ends. Double check something here. Yeah, I know where that is. So this ends still in HMS, back in HMSO.
And what street's that? That's
Thorndike, thank you.
Thorndike, okay. Okay, I get it. Thank you. That helps. Okay, I have a hard time with the shading on the graphic that I have, so they were pretty close. Okay, I get it. So let me, and so I guess I want to make who's chair now? John?
Bernard's back.
Is it-
I'm back.
okay,
Bernard's
oh, Bernard's
back.
Is it okay to make a comment now?
Sure.
About this. So, you know, now that my confusion has been clarified by Chaz, which I greatly appreciate, you know, I tend to support the staff's recommendation on this because for one specific reason, in that where developers may believe that commercial is viable, and they could do it, they have that option if it's not mandated. But two, if they do want to have commercial, we start getting into this incentive that helps get us some middle income housing, which I think supports the mixed income housing along the corridor. So that's how I've been thinking about it, and I think that may, you know, for me, I could support that. But I do understand John's concern that, you know, we do really need more commercial. I don't think we won't get commercial if we're offering it as an option. I think, you know, it's profitable to have commercial on the first floor. So anyway, that's my thinking. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Miriam, are you?
I agree.
Oh, okay.
I agree with
Looking
the
at
staff
template.
recommendation on this. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, John? Staff
Well,
recommendation?
I favor adding the HMSO and HMST.
Okay, I think that's 4-1.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have good enough consensus. Let's move on.
Okay, rear setbacks. We got some emails about this. I think I'm reading some of the same emails that John is. You know, some concerns that have been raised about, you know, what should the rear setbacks be in these different areas. Right now, there are additional requirements for lots that abut 2-family, 3-family, and multifamily districts that require, you know, a certain setback. And I would just emphasize that in all of these instances, it really is the product of community consensus. And the concern that Maria heard from the community over and over again was, we do want housing and we don't want to disincentivize housing, but what we don't want is these things to come right up to the lot line. And we want there to be setbacks, step backs, appropriate step backs for these larger buildings, so that they don't, even if you're building up to 4 stories, you're not going to have a situation where if they come up to the lot line, they're so tall at the very top that they block the light. So I think that the other aspect of this that we'd recommend keeping this as is for now is because the current zoning has more significant step backs, like I believe 20 to 30 feet in most instances, this could be amended. So better in our minds to start with this proposal as is, let that be, the record of the community consensus. And then through the amendment process, if people decide they want to maybe do what we talked about here, increase it by 5 feet across the board, but keep the step back requirements, they can do that. But start where you are for now, and then let the amendment process take its course. That's our recommendation on this.
Okay, does anyone disagree with that?
Hold on a second.
Okay. John, how about you?
No disagreement.
Paul?
So I may be the outlier here. So I've heard quite a bit about this, the setback that, people that are abutting Harvard Street today, certainly they purchased, and, the expectation was a 30-foot setback. That's what the current zoning is. And to go down to 5 feet is a dramatic change. I live this every day because I am the first property behind commercial district along Beacon Street. And the 4-story building next to me is about 5 feet from my house. It was built before, there was any zoning. And it really is, until you actually experience what it's like to have a building that close to you, it is extremely close. And I feel like 5 feet, we're not listening to the feedback. And I worry about, a long, confusing battle at town meeting about what the distance should be. I think 5 feet is just way too close. I'd like to see us start at 10 or 15 and then let amendments happen from there. But it's way too close from my personal experience and what I'm hearing from others, especially kind of like up in the JFK crossing area, which could potentially see quite a bit of mixed use development.
Okay, Mike.
I think, Paul, you raise a good point, and as you say, you have personal experience, but I think if I'm correct, the building that's between you and Beacon Street is basically almost up to the lot line. In this situation, there's a setback from the lot line for the property that's on Harvard Street. The building that is behind Harvard Street doesn't come all the way back. There's a setback there as well. So I think it's not quite as bad as having a building 5 feet away. I agree with you. That's scary tight. But it's probably more like 10 to 15 feet typically, even when properties are squeezed into a small lot.
John?
Yeah, I have to confess, I'm confused by what's in the grid. Because, we see in the grid that proposed after community discussion was 5 foot in 100 square foot, in greater than 100 square
Nope,
foot.
that's
No.
entirely my fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wrong carrot.
Okay.
Less than 100?
Less than 100 square foot lots,
Okay.
10 foot in larger lots. Okay. So, that's proposed after community discussion, 5 increased to 10 in larger lots. Then it says staff recommendation, keep as is, represents community consensus.
Keep as is in the Harvard Street proposal.
Yeah, but is the community consensus that it should be 5 foot in less than 100 square foot lots and 10 feet in larger lots?
That's
or something less than that, which is what's currently in the zoning.
So what's currently in the zoning is between 20 and 30 feet. There are very few lots that are less than less than 100 square feet, 100 feet deep. which is what would trigger the opportunity to go to 5 feet. Those are very few and far between. So by and large, the community standard is 10 feet, is a 10-foot setback, plus additional step back requirements. And that's what came out of the workshop process, was that said between 20 and 30 right now likely disincentivizes creative growth. Right now, the other big problem that came out of this right now is that in the 40B process, they've been saying, the concern was right now the 40Bs come right up to the lot line. They can really kind of steamroll the current zoning because they can say, oh, it's not economically viable to do a 20-foot or a 30-foot setback. So we're just going to appeal that and have it, and blow it off. Whereas our thought on this is, the big feedback that Maria got from the community was, we want a setback that's enforceable with the 40Bs. We don't want them to be able to come in and say, we're going to build right up to the lot line and next to us in our 2-family or 3-family home. And the way we got there was with that 10-foot number, which is, in almost all circumstances, except for those couple lots that are not 100 feet deep, going to be defensible from an economic perspective. And that we say, you can still build there, but you can't build that close to people's houses.
Mike?
Chaz, you've got 5 foot in less than 100 square foot. I think you mean 10,000.
No, it's 100 foot deep lots is really what it should.
Oh, 100 foot deep lot. Okay, that's a whole different story. All right, I'm sorry. But with a setback requirement and a step back requirement, what difference does it make what size the lot is?
Maybe planning should answer that one.
I mean, in terms of casting a shadow, the building is going to cast the same shadow, whether it's on a lot that's 100 feet deep or a lot that's 50 feet deep.
Hi, Maria Morelli, Senior Planner in the Planning Department. So you're not going to get shadows there because it's running north-south. So the southern exposure is to the side of the building, not over the 2-family districts.
Right. I'm
east
conscious
and
of
west,
the,
okay?
I'm conscious of where the sun
So
is.
what this issue is, think about your existing conditions. You have retail that's coming up very close.
Yeah.
Right. But if those lots were to get redeveloped, we would want them to, they're going to be taller buildings. So we want more depth. That 10 feet allows for separation for stormwater. It allows for some landscaping, trees, hold on. And it also means that if you don't have a deeper setback, you're not going to have a driving. People don't want to see driveways over there. And anywhere there's space, like 15 feet, you're going to start seeing cars get parked there.
But I'm sorry, but you've misinterpreted my question. What I'm saying is if you want a 10-foot setback for a larger lot, a lot that's deeper.
Yeah.
Why don't you want it for a smaller lot?
It's proportion. So if you have a 40-foot lot, we have some lots in the Orthodox Jewish shops.
Yeah.
Those lots are like 38 feet deep. How can you have a 10-foot setback for a 1-story building?
Okay.
It wouldn't survive.
And you're not expecting those to be developed to multi-story?
I never guarantee, but those are going to be really hard to develop. 38 feet deep is very hard to develop.
Okay.
I'm not saying they couldn't put an office or a penthouse. Maybe the shop owner is the building owner of the property owner, and they might want to put an office up there for themselves. But it's that deep because it's so shallow. It is hard to develop. Those are not the first lots that are going to be developed. It's the 100-foot lots.
Yeah.
Those are prime for redevelopment because
Yeah.
it's a really
Okay.
nice depth
Got
for
it.
everything you want to do there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, where are we here? Are we going with the staff recommendation?
I'm fine with that.
Yep.
Mike, I'm sorry, John,
I'm interested in hearing what Paul has to say on that.
Paul?
Well, I'm not sure I have the support for my opinion, but when you're behind a building, you don't know whether that building is 100 feet deep or 300 feet deep, right? It's what's in front of you. And so, 5 feet, it sounds like it's 5 feet because that's what's economically feasible. And if you live behind that building, you don't really care about economic feasibility. You want space. So, I guess could we make it, instead of 5 feet, make it 10 feet for both and start there versus 5 feet? 5 feet is just, I mean, I don't think you can plant a tree between 5 feet. You know?
What Maria said is that, on Harvard Street around in the JFK crossing area, the lot goes back 38 feet. So 10 feet off that is like 28 feet. So I'm not sure what you can build there. Maybe there is something, but it's unlikely to get any.
Yeah.
And so my only point is this, is that if you live behind a 38-foot lot or a 200-foot lot, right, you don't know, it doesn't matter to you the depth of the building. It's just that this thing rises above you, next to you. And so, unfortunately, the people that bought behind a 38-foot building is going to have encroachment 5 feet onto their property, versus if you had purchased behind a bigger lot that's going to be developed, you get 10 feet. I would be more comfortable starting with both having 10 feet, and then let's see what kind of amendments you get out of the advisory process. But anyway, that's just my opinion. I'm okay to pass on this. Just sharing my opinion.
Well, and I'm wondering if maybe some kind of middle ground to this would be 5 feet on lots that are 50 feet or a lot less, and then 10 feet on all other lots.
Paul, I think one of the things I asked Maria, I suggested to Maria that she was assuming that the lots that are along that are only 38 feet deep wouldn't be redeveloped at all, and or that seems to be the implication. So in listening to this discussion back and forth, I do wonder about John's suggestion about 50 feet as being something that, you're still taking 20% of the depth of the lot out with a 50-foot lot. But does that make a difference?
Could I just mention that the majority of the lots that we looked at that are underutilized, they are 100 feet deep. There are some lots that could be 64 feet deep or 38. Like I said, we chose 100 feet. We initially looked at 120 feet, but we actually lowered it to 100 because we would capture the majority of the lots. So we felt comfortable that if there's going to be a building going up, it's going to be 100-foot deep lot. We just don't want to penalize one-story retail. Certainly that's the concern we have, especially if you have a minimum 30-foot depth for ground floor commercial. We just don't want to create problems for the smaller commercial, the 1 and 2 stories that'll likely, remain.
Okay, what do we have a consensus on?
Nothing.
I'm still fine with the staff. I mean, I think so for me, we're talking about a very small number of businesses that, as Maria just said,
And are not going to be developed.
not likely going to be developed. And I think we do want to be considerate of what's already there and,
Okay, Mike, you.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about the voters who live there, and I don't want to lose them or lose their town meeting member representatives. Although I will say that I've received, and we've all received, for that matter, letters from members of the Orthodox community who are very much in favor of the overall development, and I think that their concerns are the same as David Rockwell's concerns about the congregation, the viability of his congregation at the United Parish, that the congregants can't afford to buy there and their children can't afford to buy there. So I think there will be support, and I guess now I've talked myself into saying that I go with the staff.
Okay, Paul?
Well, with Mike's statement of going with staff, I'm now going to take my hand down. I was going to say, I'd like to, as a compromise, the less than 50-foot deep at 5 feet would kind of cover those edge cases. But again, I don't want to spend all night on this one. I think this is going to be amended, frankly, as this will come as an amendment.
Yeah,
Let's go with staff.
Yeah, I think for now, if you go this way, we can conduct a more detailed inventory and find those edge cases for you. Because if there's a way the number can go down, the number will go down. But at this present juncture, this is what we got out of the community oriented process. It's good to start with that, and then let's keep iterating from there.
I will say, fix that matrix so it's clear that that matrix, that represents what's in the cell to the left of it.
Yes.
I assume someone's gonna summarize our decisions and.
Yep, I'm gonna
reasons why.
run through this. Yep, we're gonna put a memo together, all of that.
So that this matrix will be irrelevant.
Well, yeah, well, this matrix will go, the final version of this will go out. So, because we're already getting community members saying, can I have that matrix? And the answer is when it's done. Yes. It's literally being made in real time.
Sausage.
So, yep.
Okay, so let's move
So,
on. to
yeah,
the next
let me talk through some of the things that, because I think this is to John's point, and I want to make sure that if there's anything that's missing on this list, that you have the opportunity, we can discuss it, because I think.
Sorry,
this is-
there was one more line on that matrix.
Nope.
No, oh, I beg
None.
your pardon. No.
Those are the big questions.
That's it. Okay, good.
Those are the big questions that were in consideration. You know,
Here till midnight.
all right, I know. Items raised not in consideration. We talked about this. Do we want to hold the warrant open? Do we want to wait to put this in the special town meeting? It's our strong recommendation. No, we gotta finalize this document and move through the process in the normal course of business. This is well baked. The time has come for up or down votes on this stuff. That's our recommendation on this. Can we carve out aspects of this to make it housing choice compliance? It only needs a majority to vote to pass the town meeting. Again, late breaking as of today, we got disappointing news on this. You know, purely advisory, not official, not anything, not in writing, but we're not, it threw us for a loop that maybe even the M districts alone might not be compliant. It might not even be housing choice compliant.
May I ask where that came from?
The Attorney General's office.
And what did they say?
They
Because
basically,
I'm getting a lot of questions about this.
yes, so they basically said, in so many words, if things are to look too far afield, so back up. HCA says that if you allow multifamily or mixed use housing as of right in your zoning amendment, you can pass that with a majority vote. You don't need 2/3. The question is, what extra stuff can you stuff in there beyond just allowing multifamily or mixed use as of right without running afoul of the other part of the law that got amended, which is you can't stick unrelated stuff in there that would otherwise require a 2/3 vote. So in our minds, we said, well, the Harvard Street stuff doesn't work for a couple of reasons. One, commercial incentives are likely out. And two, we could not require 100% commercial development. Or we couldn't allow 100% commercial development. We'd be stuck with a residential or mixed use only district. And then we'd have to have a separate warrant article that would pass all that stuff by 2/3. Bad news. What we were told from the AG's perspective is, oh no, there's more. Portions of the form-based zoning don't really make sense to us. Some of the aesthetic stuff just doesn't seem necessary to allow multifamily housing. So no, you can't do that. And some of the M district proposal does include aesthetic requirements and certain limitations on how things look and how things can be developed. And it's possible that the Attorney General might look at that and say, no, that's 2/3.
So Lexington passed something using housing.
Yes, and the AG just approved it yesterday.
And
So
that was my question.
we are reading that in great detail to
Yeah.
figure out how we can thread that needle.
Right. Okay. All right.
As long, okay,
Keep reading.
that's still work in progress.
Right.
Yeah.
We got one or two kind of comments, and most people I think have stepped away from this, but occasionally people say, should we just make Harvard Street still a special permit? I hate to say it, that defeats the whole purpose of this,
Yeah.
right? As this is mindful as of right. This is a way to disentangle the process while still ensuring the results the community wants. Should we carve out certain aspects of the H districts beyond the HMSTL, which you've carved out, and the two big lots, which you've carved out? Again, we talked about Walgreens. Some folks have said, well, maybe carve out, there are little swatches of M district along there that really don't, that would otherwise kind of be orphaned. We really want to maintain a cohesive plan along Harvard Street. So if we start cutting out more stuff, then you really have a patchwork of zoning, and that's not going to work well. Can you limit or mandate the size of individual units? This is an idea that a lot of people have asked. Can we say developments have to have a set number of studios, number of 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms? Again, now that you're out of MBT's ACA compliance, which requires developing for families, you could theoretically start playing around with mandated unit sizes. Our thought on this is this is a very, very labor intensive economic development process to figure out what's viable. It really is hard to guess if you set unit size limits, what you're going to get. We think that as is, we are incentivizing good mixed use, multifamily, capital F family development with many different unit types. If we get too prescriptive, we might accidentally run ourselves into not building housing, and we don't want to do that. But the idea is interesting. We're willing to look at it. We will be looking at it, especially as we think about long-term comprehensive planning. The town can do that kind of analysis, but we don't think it's necessary at this juncture. We think it would be counterproductive to guess and impose some unit sizes. That's a double by accident. Can we change the non-residential parking min-max along Harvard Street? Things, one of the things that someone raised in one of their comments is, why is there the weird parking minimum for hotels and not for other parts of that? We're looking into that. That's part of that process of just correcting and making sure that everything is in alignment. Now that we have a parking minimum recommendation from you, we will go back and look at all those and ensure that the final article incorporates those feedbacks. And then today we got an email, and I think a couple other folks have said, can we have stricter climate enforcement standards in here? Or can we imply the already strict climate enforcement standards in the Harvard Street proposal to the M District's proposal? Some of the climate stuff can come as amendments, not all of it. And some of it, I think, would need to be something we would consider in the spring. Again, I don't want us to use the Harvard Street proposal, which is narrowly tailored for Harvard Street across the M districts for climate compliance, especially since what you just heard at the beginning of this meeting, talking about flooding. I come out of the disaster recovery world. I'm very sympathetic to those folks who are suddenly experiencing 50 to 100-year storms 3 times a summer. This is the wettest summer on record since 1872. Wow. So we are in uncharted territory, and we need to be deliberate if we make changes that broadly. So for now, I think those environmental standards are a good start, and that we just need to be constantly vigilant in response to the changing climate about how those operate. So those are the areas where I don't think there are necessarily questions for you, but if I've left anything out, or if any of you have additional items you'd like to take up on Harvard Street or elsewhere. Paul?
Yes, thank you, Chess. I do have one item in this bucket of climate standards. And I think it may be important to do it now, because I think it would be an expansion of scope if we change it later. There's, and let me just bring the point up. So there's a section where for landscaping, and the guidelines call for a 1-inch caliper tree to be planted. A 1-inch caliper tree is a stem, right? I assume that the viability of a 1-inch caliper tree along the border of a parking lot or whatever we're doing, would be much more sustainable if it was a 2.5 or a 3-inch, probably in line with what we're planting. That the town is now planting if you ask for a tree to plant in front of your house. So I guess my ask, and I don't know if I put this in my list or not, and I apologize for bringing it up now if I hadn't, to change that from a 1-inch to something bigger, or ask that you consider that when you come back, because a 1-inch tree is a stem. It's not a tree.
We have someone to answer that question, Paul.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Warren. DPW has already changed that. I've spoken with an environmental engineer who said that should be 2 inches. And she's also recommending an alternative to trees, because sometimes they don't survive well with a lot of the drought and the salt and whatnot, and would also have an alternative for rain gardens, which are great for stormwater runoff, et cetera, et cetera. So that ensures that we can have an effective nature-based solution for the stormwater management issue. So it's a great suggestion. We've already done it. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Okay, do we have agreement that these are items, the items that we went through, or items that we won't take up tonight? Okay, agreement on that.
Okay.
Okay, so we
you're back to the top, which is, do you want to do with the modifications you've now made to Harvard Street, do you want to propose a consensus article? And then do you want that includes the modified Harvard Street? And then do you want to propose a fallback article? Those are your last 2 questions.
Okay, my view is the original proposal, as amended, the consensus warrant article with those 2 pieces, and a fallback M District one. Okay, Miriam, you don't like the latter part of
Yeah,
why.
so I'll vote no on it. I mean,
So wait, how are we gonna do this vote?
So, I mean, yeah, I think you framed it out. If you want to do two votes, you can do,
Okay, let's do two votes. Okay.
one on the, you propose, authorize us to draft a final version of the, draft and submit a final version of the consensus proposal, and then authorize us to draft and submit a final version of the fallback M Districts Plus.
Okay. Okay, so I move approval of the consensus proposal comprised of two items, the M District and the Harvard Street corridor, as we amended through our discussion over the last hour. All in favor?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I heard two different things here. You just said that we approve a consensus proposal. I heard Chaz say the vote is to approve drafting a consensus proposal, staff drafting a
Right,
consensus
they would
proposal.
draft,
The final warrant article.
right, they would,
Yeah,
yeah, they would draft what we have agreed to.
yeah, which has a lot of stuff not included yet, or left certain things not addressed yet.
Can you give me what's on your mind?
Well, some of the things that, have been mentioned in emails to us over the course of the week, some of the things that are on the minds of the planning board. I would urge people who haven't done so to listen to the video of the most recent planning board meeting, where planning board member after planning board member raised issues about the design elements of this form-based design. And Steve Eichen spoke tonight on some of the questions he's got on his mind. So, for me, it comes down to, why would we be voting to go ahead with a draft of the proposal for the form-based zoning piece of this, when, if we have approval of the multifamily, we have met the conditions of compliance? And why would we not give ourselves more time to allow those who have criticisms of the form-based zoning proposal to negotiate some sort of improvements and some fixes in the form-based zoning part of the proposal before we take that to town meeting? If you want it to get a 2/3 vote, you got to be in dialogue with the people who are raising questions about it. And very few of them have spoken tonight. And one of them said to me, oh, well, there was a limit of 7 people who could speak, and so it just so happens 7 people from the, vote the whole package side of things got in, but nobody got in who's been raising questions about this. But they still want to have a say on it.
Paul?
Yeah, I just, and I appreciate what John is saying, but I will say that, because that same person texted me, John, all of the issues that person wanted to speak about, I'm going to assume, because I don't know specifically what the person would have spoke about, an extensive email to the board with, constructive feedback. And some of that constructive feedback was just discussed. We also heard that we also had constructive feedback from a committee chair. And some of those components were discussed. I mean, I know that Chaz spent a lot of time viewing the multiple emails that we got, the types of questions that have been raised during these committee meetings. And from my perspective, and I've been paying very, very close attention to this, he covered just about all of them. Now, that doesn't mean that there won't be amendments. So I'm inclined to put something onto the warrant now, and so that people can see it and can understand what it is, and then they can start providing feedback in the form of amendments. And with respect to Steve Eichen's feedback, which I greatly appreciated, he gave two types of feedback. One, he talked about the design review process, which he hasn't had a tremendous amount of time to review because it was recently published. Well, the planning board is actually going to have ownership of the design review process, and they can amend it at their discretion. So I'm not concerned about that being not correct, because he has the opportunity to change that. And with respect to the design standards for the form-based zoning, I thought I heard the town administrator saying, we're keeping Opticos on retainer right up to the vote.
Yeah.
So to make some changes to the
Yeah.
form-based designs that we can incorporate those. So, there's no reason to wait here. We really need to start moving. And I think waiting does a great disservice to the community that wants to understand what we're proposing and how they can understand it, agree with it, or make some changes.
And have the time to digest it.
Well,
Mike?
I think, I think listening to Tommy's comment, that we should make sure that we develop an article that has adequate scope and that we get it out in time for people to be able to see it and comment on it sooner rather than later is very, very good advice. If, if we need to change something later on, if we've done a good job figuring out, with the scope that we're narrowing it so that we can narrow the scope or have something that's within scope, then we'll have given ourselves the leeway to make changes that are appropriate. The other thing I would say is, I looked, if you look at your emails, John, or any of us, you can see a preponderance, more than a preponderance, of the overwhelming majority of emails were in favor. And that's partly a matter of who got organized. Okay.
Yeah.
But I will say to you that I have a sense that there's something going on here that's very much like what happened when all of us were surprised a few years ago when an easement for a gas supply line to the fire station went down in town meeting because there was this groundswell of feeling like we had to move to fossil free. And fossil free within the next year in Brookline in town meeting took off. And I think that there's a sense here in the community, I hope that there's a sense here in the community that we need to do something significant about housing rather than just talk about it. And that the MBTA Communities Act gives us basically the oomph, the push to get it done. So I would be, I'm moving on to the last question. Should we have one that's just the M district? I think we should draft the article. Whether or not we put it on and leave it on is an open question. Depends on what kind of feedback we start getting from the community. But we certainly should go ahead with drafting a full-fledged article that is the compromise article that we've been talking about.
Okay, let's start with that. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
John.
and I'm sorry. I just want to, Mike, I utterly respect everything you just said, but I do want people to understand it isn't one person, that.
Oh, no, of
yeah,
course
well,
not.
But you said, we've heard from one person, blah, blah, blah.
No, yeah, I didn't
You know,
say that.
Okay, wait a minute.
Well, anyway.
But and the point, yeah.
And it is some people who need to be taken very seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, it is some people who have worked very hard on the proposals that we're facing tonight, who have some concerns about, not just the Harvard Street form-based zoning proposal, but also the multifamily. But, I think there is much broader consensus on the multifamily than there is right now on the Harvard Street proposal. And my interest is in seeing the maximum number of developed units come out of this. And people, I'm sorry to be the bearer of this message, but people have an inflated expectation of what will result from the form-based zoning proposal. And they're acting as though nothing will happen under the multifamily proposal, and the key to everything is going to be the form-based zoning proposal. At that very same planning board meeting, you had a guy who's a former member of the planning board and who's been a real estate person for many years tell the planning board most of the commercial property owners on Harvard Street have 5 and 10-year leases.
Yep.
Okay, let's wait.
and
Hold on, let's
so
go on.
there isn't going to be an overnight change under either of these proposals.
You're absolutely right. Of
Yeah.
course not.
So I wanna
Which is
hear
why I'm
Paul
saying take
and
the
Miriam,
time.
and then I want Chaz to sort of sum up
Get December.
the process by which we'll get to final design standards. Paul?
Thank you, Bernard. So I just wanted to clarify and frankly, just make an ask for what we're going to be voting on tonight, so I understand it. I understand that we will be voting on two things tonight. One is to direct the town administrator and the planning department to draft a consensus article that is a blending of the M district proposal and the revised Harvard Street we just highlighted in yellow. That's one. And then the second is to draft and I know Miriam doesn't agree with this, and that's fine, a backup article, which is just the M district plus the BHA and Emerald Isle, should we get into a situation where the blended consensus article is not passed, and we want to make sure that we're compliant with the law. That's my understanding is what we're going to direct the planning department to do. Now, the second question I have is, do we need to meet again on the 22nd to agree to put that on the warrant? Or could we take a vote tonight to say, if you draft what we just gave you direction to do, you can put it on the warrant and we don't need to meet on the 22nd.
Yeah, I think that was what we were planning. Miriam?
I'm going to keep it super short.
Thank you.
There will be no change at all if we just pass paper compliance.
We understand.
Other than that, we will be in compliance.
Right, okay, but there'll be no actual
that's a
change
big
in
deal.
housing. But there'll be no change in housing, to
But-
John's point about expectations.
Okay, but everyone
On
used
what
to be
basis do
talking
you say
about-
that? I mean, that's
Right,
misinforming.
what basis?
That's
We're passing paper-
misinforming.
We're passing paper compliance,
No,
compliance.
no,
there's
no.
No actual new.
No, no,
housing.
no. You did not hear the meeting at which Dick Benka reported that he asked the planning department for an estimate, a realistic estimate of how many units of housing would be developed in addition under the multifamily plan. And he got a number, Kara can correct me if I'm wrong, something in the neighborhood of 300 units of housing. Yeah, but not no housing. So Miriam, please don't misinform people.
And still, we have a deadline.
I want us to do this now,
compliant,
Bernard,
okay?
that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I mean, if town meeting for some reason doesn't give us 2/3 of the vote, I still want to comply.
That's, I'm not,
I like,
listen,
Okay,
I think
but-
y'all should do it. I'm
Yeah,
just not
okay.
gonna vote for the backup plan, but. I
Oh,
think y'all
and that's
should.
cool, that's cool.
Right.
Mike, and then let's go. for a
Okay,
vote.
well, so there is, as I say, I think we should draft both articles.
Yeah, okay.
In terms of whether we end up putting both of them on the article, on the warrant, or perhaps withdrawing one later. I think it's important to remember that if the consensus article fails, we do have the opportunity for a December special town meeting to deal with the M district article.
I would just say as a matter of procedure, if you authorize us to draft and submit both, you can always not move the second.
That's what
yeah, I
that's
thought
exactly what I'm saying.
that's-
Yeah,
That was
that's
also-
just my point. Yeah,
So we'll have a second chance to move. to
Oh, yeah.
All right, so then I'll move to draft it.
yeah, that's just my point.
Okay, all in favor, okay, I move approval of the consensus warrant article comprised of the Harvard Street piece and the M District piece. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
No.
No. Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, I move approval of a backup warrant article comprised of just the M district to be moved only. Yes,
M District Plus that you
Plus.
have.
I'm sorry, M district.
BHA.
Okay, right,
Mhm.
yeah, that's, and
Yeah.
M district plus in the.
BHA and Emerald Isle, right.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, that's important.
Yeah.
Okay, Paul, you
Can I
want to say
ask a
something
clar-
before I move?
Yeah, I
this?
want to clarify one thing on the vote you just took, because this is important. The consensus article that we just agreed 4-1, that needs to be M District Plus, not just
Yes,
M District.
Right,
That's our understanding.
Right.
That includes,
Thank you. Okay.
that includes everything.
Yeah.
Except,
Thank you so
except
much.
for Chestnut Hill Village, which the committee did not recommend moving forward.
right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I move approval of the M District Plus as a backup a warrant article to be moved if, but only if, the consensus warrant article fails to get 2/3 vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Enthusiastically aye, and if I may, I just want to add that the plus in the M District Plus is where we're going to get the most number of units of affordable housing.
Right.
And we haven't talked about it at all, because there's absolute unanimity on that. And that's why I'm enthusiastically for M District Plus.
Miriam?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, fair enough.
Mhm.
Michael?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Excellent. We have one more tiny little lacuna thing that we have to talk about.
And we're still 2 hours behind, so.
I didn't see a
Long
lacuna on the
discussion.
agenda.
I'm sorry, there's a lacuna on the agenda. There's one tiny little thing that we need to talk about here, which is the definition of family. Kara, can you talk
Oh.
real quick?
Real quick, because I got to use that.
Yes, this was in your package, but I just didn't want it to go without being said tonight.
Oh, I saw that.
The definition in your package of family is as it's written for Harvard Street, which does not limit the number of unrelated occupants, which our current zoning has. There has been some discussion with the M District Committee that it maybe try a carve out for college students, staff, town council staff, and we and town administrator think that it's not advisable. Go with not restricting, don't have any language about unrelated people in the family. So I just want to make that clear. We're going to do that for all of the proposals.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone have objection to that?
No.
No, okay, do we need to vote on that?
No, I mean, as long as you have consensus on that.
Yeah,
that's fine.
consent.
Should we-
Okay, so we need a vote for the entire thing, or I guess we already did that.
Yeah, we did. it.
Okay,
We just
did
did
it.
the votes.
Did that.
What have you been-
Okay.
Don't make us do it again.
You take a 5-minute
Can
bathroom
I
break?
propose a bio break?
Yes, okay, 5-minute bio break.
We'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, item 15, liquor line malt package store transfer of a license. This is a public hearing. We apologize. It was intended to commence at 7:30. It's now 9:40, but we had an important conversation. I apologize for that. Question of approving the application for a transfer of wine and malt package store license from Vino Divino 2 LLC doing business as Vino Divino to MDM Wines 3 LLC doing business as Vino Divino at 1669 Beacon Street. Manager of record will be Michael Mendez. Is there someone from the licensee?
Yep, good evening, Mr. Chairman. This is John Aida of McDermott, Quilty and Miller, 28 State Street in Boston. Joining me is Michael Mendez. He is the part owner. He is a LLC manager and member, as well as the proposed manager of record. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to do a brief presentation?
Yeah, brief presentation. It doesn't have to be great detail. I think this is a fairly straightforward matter.
Sure. So this is kind of, yes, this is a straightforward transfer in the sense it's kind of a turnkey operation. Mr. Mendez and his business partners are actually current employees of Vino Divino. And the three of them are purchasing, along with this store, 3 other stores also all run under the name of Vino Divino, one in Boston, one in Needham, and one in Newton. One of the principal of the current licensee, Mr. Raphael Keller-Go, became ill during the beginning of this process and recently passed. So we are working quickly to try to make sure that we put the new ownership in place following approval of all these licenses. Mr. Mendez is quite familiar. He's been involved in the company for 7 years. He is tip certified. All the staff will remain and be tip certified. He is a qualified manager of record, and he's intimately familiar with this store as well as the community, having had the opportunity to be involved for the last 7 years at Vino Divino. So you're not really going to see any changes in the day-to-day operations. The only thing we'd ask for clarification, and more so for a bit of uniformity, is the hours of operation. So what we are requesting as part of this transfer, certainly all the hours are within the permissible hours allowed by statute, but just on the record, we would request that the hours of operations for Mondays through Friday be 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Saturdays would be 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Sundays would remain the same, which is 12 noon to 6 p.m. Again, these are well within the statutory limits on the sale and service of alcohol. So we just ask for that to be imposed as well.
Was that included in your application for the license transfer?
It was listed on that application, specifically on the package store license application. And then lastly, and I did not see it as a separate line item, but it was requested as part of the application, is a request for a pledge of the license. As part of the purchase of these 4 stores, they are obtaining a loan through Middlesex Savings Bank. The bank has asked to, in order to secure that loan, seeking the license as collateral, as well as the alcohol inventory as collateral. All that paperwork has been submitted and is part of this application. And it just for your view as well, this is not something that requires advertisement or a butter notice. So if the board would also, I don't know if they would do a separate vote, but if the board would also take that matter up, it would save some considerable time and effort. Again, this is so it would be a request for a transfer as well as a pledge of the license and inventory to Middlesex Savings Bank. Mr. Mendes is available if you had any specific questions. He will be the manager of record. He'll be the main contact with the town. And as stated before, he does have extensive experience already. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the select board? Nope. No? Okay, I'd like to then move approval of,
This is a public hearing.
oh, I'm sorry.
At this time, there are 29 virtual attendees and approximately 4 in person. No one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
I'll consider your reminding me as opening the public hearing. So now we will close the public hearing. Okay, now I can make my motion. I think there are 3 things or actually 2 things I need to move. First, question of approving the application for a transfer of wine and malt package store license from Vino Divino, et cetera, which includes in that application the new operating times, which are 11 to 9, Thursday through, well, tell me what the operating times are again.
Sure. Monday through Fridays would be 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. And Sundays would remain, as far as I know, is the same, which are noon till 6 p.m.
Right, okay. So I'll move transfer of the license along with the new operating times, Monday through Friday, 11 to 9, Saturday, 10 to 9, and Sunday, 12 to 6. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Okay, and chair votes aye. Next, I move approval of the pledge of a license and inventory to Middlesex Savings Bank on behalf of Vino Divino, which was part of the application. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And Paul?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, thank you. I think
Great.
that-
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Right, and we apologize for the late hearing.
Understandable. Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, good night. Okay, next, we have a noise bylaw waiver public hearing. Question of approving a noise bylaw waiver request from GEI Consultants for work related to installing a test well for the geothermal well system at the Pierce School. The work is slated for August 28th, 2023 through August 30, 2023, continuously for 48 hours. Decibel rating at 63 decibels. After drilling the wells may need to test. After drilling the wells, they need to test them using generators for these 48 hours. Is anyone here to talk about that? Yes, come up to the podium, please.
And you also have Tony Quigley on Zoom.
Hi, Tony.
Introduce yourself and tell us what we're voting on.
Hi, my name is Ira Finkelstein, and I've already submitted comments for the record in writing.
Oh, okay, wait. Are you here for the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Need the presentation first. And then
Yeah, we need to get the presentation to know what we're talking about.
I'd appreciate that too.
Is Tony Quigley here?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is Tony Quigley with the Building Department.
Yeah.
This is a request of a noise bylaw hearing, waiver, excuse me. And as you said, it's for the plan for the John R. Pierce School renovations and new building includes geothermal. And the idea is to do a test well to inform the design, similar to what was done at the Driscoll School. And the idea is to drill one well and collect the data from that so that the entire design for the geothermal well field can be finalized. What happens is the drilling would happen ahead of time during normal work hours. But once the drilling is done, we have to set up a generator and run it continuously for 48 hours to be able to collect the data for use in the design. And that's what is involved here. The plan is to do the test from August 28th, beginning at 8 a.m. and concluding it on August 30th at 8 a.m. Has to run 48 hours continuous, and it needs to have a very clean and uninterrupted power source, which is the reason for the generator.
Thank you. Any questions from the select board? Mike?
Yeah, the generator is going to be right there next to it. Can it be shielded in some way in order to reduce noise on site? I'm probably the select board member who's the most sensitive and the most pain in the neck about this kind of thing. So whatever you can tell us about what you can about mitigation would be very helpful.
Well, what I can tell you is that the generator is 63 decibels and a lawnmower runs at approximately 70 to 75 decibels.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. Yeah.
A regular lawnmower. And so we ran the test, a very similar test at the Driscoll School. And at the time we received no complaints.
Okay, John?
Yes, Mr. Quigley, thank you very much for explaining all of this. I keep wondering if there are people listening to this discussion who might be confused about whether we're talking about a drilling on the playground, which is what I think you're talking about, or at the parks, excuse me, at the Pierce School site itself.
It's on the playground.
Yes. Okay. And for those who are adjacent to the playground, some idea of, is it at some extreme border of the playground or in the center of the playground or?
It's basically where the behind the where the ball field is and towards the parking lot. It's behind that area next to the dumpster.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from the select board? Chad.
Tony, we got a letter from Norfolk County, just so you know, saying, hey, we run the Brookline District Court. Can you please be nice to us while the district court is in session? So I'm just flagging that for the record, that we will take all appropriate mitigation measures to ensure that the operations of Brookline District Court are not disturbed by these activities. I'm sure.
I think the court is across from town hall, is it not?
Yeah, I know. It's nowhere near. You can't hear a lawnmower from where they were talking about, but you know, our friends are, we are our dear friends in Norfolk County, who we give $1 million a year to, are just concerned about our noise. So
They gave us a lot of money from ARPA.
yes, well, I'm not complaining about that.
But I think what they may be referring to is the fact that some of their employees park in that parking lot. And I assume that there's no there's not any problem that's going to be caused by this 48-hour generator for those.
No, because the drill rig isn't in the parking lot, and neither is the proposed well location. They're both adjacent to the dumpster, and so it should not impact parking.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
It's very important for us to do this to inform the design. And, you know, I want to be a good neighbor to everybody as well, including the courthouse.
Right. Okay, I'd like to open up the public hearing.
The first person signed up for public comment is Judith Clark. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, I believe I'm sharing video, but I can't see myself. But regardless, I live on Washington Street, actually very close to Pierce School and behind the playground. So, you know, I hear sports events on the playground, have been for 25 years, and it's not a problem. My concern is that Pierce School needs to be renovated. And the fact that they're going to put in some geothermal heating is absolutely brilliant. And I want to support this to the fullest extent. As an abutter, 48 hours, excuse me, of a generator is not going to bother me in the least. My child went to Pierce School and performed in that auditorium, which I don't know if you've ever seen, but it is a nightmare. And Pierce has needed renovating since it was built. And other schools, it's been passed by other schools. So I am fully in support of the noise exemption. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next person signed up for public comment is with us in the room. Can join us at the presentation station.
Thank you. My name again is Ira Finkelstein. I've already submitted some written comments for the record. My written comments were based on the notice that we received, which implied that the noise exemption was going to be of indefinite duration and provided no limits on the decibel level. So my comments were perhaps not on point. That said, I would ask the committee or the board to consider that if it decides to go forward with any noise exemptions, either this one or subsequent noise exemptions that may be required by the construction, that we do receive proper notice in advance of when the noise is going to occur, how long, how loud, and for what purpose, none of which was in the written notice that we received. Thank you.
So you're really asking for accurate notice.
That would be nice, yes.
Okay. So you know what happened there?
Well, yeah, so I'd like to comment on that, and the comment is absolutely correct. But I have to, first of all, I have to apologize about my voice. I have a bit of a cold, so I apologize. It sounds a little scratchy. Excuse me. So the notice went out. We mailed out about 800. You know, I tried to go far and wide on this, and we mailed out about 800 notices. But owing to the short time frame we had for this meeting, I was unable to get additional information into the notice other than the fact that the meeting was going to be held, because we were still finalizing the details. So I apologize for that, but I did the best I could under the circumstances.
That's very much appreciated. My only point is that the notice I got implied that there would be a noise exemption that might last for the entire 4 years of the construction, and no maximum level was stated either.
Yeah.
Needless to say, that was not okay with me.
Yeah, we would have caught that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Any further public comment? Okay, hearing no further public comment, I'm going to close this hearing and move approval of the application for let's see, I move approval of a noise bylaw waiver requested from GEI Consultants for work related to installing a test well for the geothermal well system at the Pierce School. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Paul.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see, let me get some. We have another note, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
We have another noise bylaw waiver, also a public hearing, for splicing of cables at 400, 675, and 44 Washington Street. Do we have someone to speak on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Ryan Earl, Eversource Community Relations here. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Not too bad. Devin, could you also please promote Gerald or Jerry Pop and Logan Trupiano? I believe they are still in the audience, in case there's some more technical questions to be asked. But the reason Eversource is here tonight is, as described, the noise bylaw waiver for 3 24-hour splicing locations at the locations listed. For those of you that have been here in the past, this is our third phase of the Boston to Brookline Reliability Project, in the third and final phase where we'll be requesting this 24-hour splicing work. We have done these splicing efforts at other locations in Brookline twice already as part of this project. I will say that they have gone well, and we have received no complaints from residents with this 24-hour work. Most of the work, the sound coming from the generator that we will need, the actual work that will be taking place inside the manhole is done with handheld tools. So we are here to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you for the time.
Okay, do we have any questions from the select board?
Again, the question is noise level, what decibel level are we
Yeah, what
talking
is the
about?
decibel level?
The decibel level, the highest level that we tested, and we tested a few generators in the past for the other 2 splices. Like I said, the generator's the loudest noise. It's about 66 decibels. So based on, yeah.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Devin, do we have anyone in the audience who would like to speak at our public hearing?
At this time, there are 19 virtual attendees and about 4 in person. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, give it a few more seconds. Okay, let's close the public hearing. I would like to, do you have the agenda? I don't think I have the correct language. Yeah, I'd like to move approval of a noise bylaw waiver requested from McCourt Construction and Eversource for splicing cables at the following locations: 400 Washington Street, 675 Washington Street, and 44 Washington Street. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Mike? I'm
Aye.
sorry,
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
You too. Okay, now we have, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 public hearings that are grants of location. Let's just go one by one. This is scheduled for 8 p.m. and starting out with a grant of location on Center Street. Question of approving the petition for a grant of location request from N-Star Eversource for Center Street. It is comprised of a conduit running northeasterly from existing pole 22-13, approximately 285 feet northwest of William Street, a distance of about 90 feet, to 108 Center Street. Is there anyone here to speak on that?
Hi, Hannah Cooper. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Yep, so that pretty much covers it. We're just going to be installing approximately 90 feet of conduit, and that's to provide service to 108 Center Street.
Are you digging up the street at any point and to put in the conduit?
Sorry, one second. I would have to confirm that. I believe so. I'm not sure.
Pardon me?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. I
Okay.
thought so. I just didn't want to say yes right away and then.
Okay. I mean, I
Um,
assumed it was yes, but
yeah, that's, yeah.
Um, and how disruptive of that community are we can be? Do you want to answer, Mr. King?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Rob King, Director of Engineering and Transportation for the town. Good evening to the board. The answer is yes, there will be excavation associated with this, and conduit to support this is typically about 3 feet deep. So similar to what you will see for the gas company or other typical electric work that goes on in town. We will have an inspector inspect the work once it's complete to make sure everything is addressed for final paving.
To make sure everything is returned to.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Any other questions? No, okay. This is a public hearing. Let's open up the public hearing, Devin.
At this time, there are 17 virtual attendees and about 2 in person. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, we'll wait a couple seconds and. Okay, a couple seconds have elapsed. Let's close the public hearing. I move approval of the petition for a grant of location request from NSTAR Eversource for Center Street. Conduits running from a existing pole, 285 feet northwest of William Street, a distance of about 90 feet to 108 Center Street. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Next, grant of location, Grove Street. Question of approving a petition from NSTAR/Eversource for a grant of location at Grove Street. Conduit running northeasterly from existing manhole 20608 at the intersection with Russet Road, a distance of about 345 feet to existing pole 160-23 at the intersection of Bonad Road. Mr. King, do you want to, is there anything you can add to that?
Mr. Chairman, similar to the previous grant location, the team and I reviewed this. We have no objections to anything that's being presented, and we would recommend the board vote to support the request.
Okay. This is a public hearing.
At this time, there are 16 virtual attendees and about 2 in person. No one has used the hand raise.
Okay, well,
I see
we have
one.
1 and we have 3 people in person, right?
Being a resident of Russet Road, having endured 2.5 years of blasting from Hancock Village, my tolerance for noise is pretty limited. Can you please tell me more specifically how long this would go and what the decibel of this work would be? Thank you.
Do you have the answer, Rob?
I don't want to speak on behalf of the applicant in this case, but I would anticipate 300 and, well, maybe I should look to the applicant to.
Is the applicant here?
So I don't have an exact amount of time of, how long this would take. So I can't give an exact end date as to when the work would end. As far as decibel level goes, I'm not entirely sure there either.
Okay, that's.
I just ask, next time you come to one of these hearings, have the basics, have the bare basics. It's not appropriate for you to come to this board and not know a thing about what you're presenting. Thank you.
And I guess, my question is, can we really approve this at this point, given we don't even know what it is?
We do have the file. I think it's, we have the information about the survey and all of the attached plan and the work on that front. And as Mr. King said, the staff has reviewed it, but this is not staff's responsibility to present on behalf of the utility. The utility has to take some responsibility here. So in the future, do not show up unprepared to one of these hearings. I will not say it again.
Mr. Chairman, if I had to speculate, I can't imagine this work taking longer than a week to a week and a half. It would be done during typical work hours of the day. They would not be allowed to start prior to 7 a.m. They would be done by 3 p.m. At the end of each day, the trench would be restored so that it's passable by anybody using the road. So for this specific work, we'd be working hand in hand with the police department to make sure that anybody can get to the homes that they would need to get to along that corridor. I don't anticipate at this time that any street would be shut down. Ultimately, we would defer to police for their protection during the work, but at this point in time, we don't anticipate that.
Okay, any other comments from the public, Devin? Okay, I'd like to close the hearing then. Let's see, we're at Grove Street. I'm sorry.
Bernard, can I make a
Glenn?
quick comment?
Yes.
I don't want to pile on, but it is kind of getting late. And I want to agree with what the town administrator just said. And in deference to my former colleague in town meeting who just spoke on this, I would prefer to table this and wait until we can get the answers from the utility and send a message. You can't come unprepared to these. People are coming for public hearings. And we're taking the time to hear these. And, I don't think it's a responsibility of staff to speak on behalf of the utility. So I would like to consider tabling the rest of these until the utility can send someone who has enough information to answer the questions.
What do other people think? John?
We're talking about the 3 remaining on the agenda. Excuse me. One of them, Independence Drive, Jerry Road. One of them, Cypress Street. One of them, Washington Street. I think, we've already experienced that. Unfortunately, the Eversource sent a person who, for whatever reason, doesn't have all the information to answer all the questions. However, we are also going to discuss whether we should turn over future conduct of these hearings, conduit hearings, to our town administrator, who has just spoken very effectively on his determination that he will not abide a repeat of company representatives not having basic information about what's before us. What's before us, we all know what these are about, and they are described with great specificity in the agenda. From pole to pole, how many feet, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anybody can take a look at this agenda and see a very precise description. And we are not flooded with neighbors who were notified and who, would have shown up if they were concerned. But this is kind of routine work, but very necessary work. And we're not meeting again until September 12th. So I would hesitate to stand in the way of this work getting done.
Okay.
And in fairness to the utility, we are starting these hearings late. It's possible they have someone to take it in. So I didn't mean to be grumpy, but I am grumpy.
You're right. And we're all sitting here thinking, wait a minute.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's just, it needs to be said. But I think we've made our point.
Yeah.
And I think we're also protected by the fact that, our engineering department, has an understanding of, what this is and would flag any, major problems that would disrupt, the community in a significant way. So.
Is that the case, Rob? I mean,
It is, and I appreciate the comment.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll be on top of this and respectful of the community and in the efforts to support the utility company and getting this work done.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to move approval of the petition from NSTAR Eversource for a grant of location at Grove Street. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Paul?
Abstain.
And chair votes aye. Okay, moving on. Grant of location, Independence Drive. Question of approving the petition from NSTAR Eversource again for a grant of location at Independence Drive. A conduit running northeasterly from existing manhole 20610 at the intersection with Jerry Road a distance of about 268 feet to existing manhole 20609. Is there anything you can add to that, Ms. Was it Hannah? Is the NSTAR representative still here?
Yes.
Okay. I forgot your name. It's Hannah
Cooper.
Cooper.
Hannah
Okay.
Cooper, yep.
Ms. Cooper, is there anything you can add to that?
No, I mean, it's all pretty much outlined on the
Yeah.
petition and everything that we sent
Yeah.
in.
Anything you can add, Rob?
Mr. Chairman, once again, we reviewed the package, associated utilities along that corridor. We understand the work that has to take place, and we would recommend support of this grant allocation request.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Let's open the public hearing. I see that Ms. Frawley wants to speak.
Just to call attention that this is probably the only and main thoroughfare from the south. The bumper to bumper traffic in the morning is unbelievable. So to have this going on along that major route, this should not only, I appreciate so much what Chaz said about they should show responsibility, and it's up to staff to demand it before they even waste our time here. So they're not off the hook as far as I'm concerned. But that said, this has, if there's going to be already, there's only one lane in each direction already. So this is going to block off that, and there's going to be all that, whatever. I don't know how that's going to work, honestly, because even without any of this, it's quite a nightmare along Independence Drive and Grove Street during the main commuting hours. So I would like that to be factored in as well, because it just doesn't seem like anybody ever cares about how this impacts how people get to work, how people get their kids out to their various facilities, whether it's daycare or school. It's all the major and the only route. It is the only route. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the audience?
There are 16 virtual attendees and 3 in person. At this time, no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, I'd like to close the hearing unless there are any questions or comments from the select board. I move approval of the petition from NSTAR Eversource for a grant of location at Independence Drive, conduit running from an existing manhole to another manhole, a distance of 268 feet. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, next, grant of location, Washington Street. Question, we have 2 people
Here we go.
here to
Here we go.
to talk about this. Okay, question of approving a petition from Cambridge Network Solutions for a grant of location at Washington Street, underground fiber northeasterly and northwesterly within existing Eversource conduit from existing Eversource manhole 5496 at the intersection with Boylston Street, a distance of about 475 feet within existing Eversource conduit through existing Eversource manhole 3333, 7365, 14893, 14894 to 14895, approximately 27 feet southeast of Davis Avenue, and underground conduit southeasterly and southwesterly from existing Eversource conduit from existing Eversource manhole 14895, a distance of about 18 feet to an existing Cambridge Network Solutions manhole, approximately 30 feet southeast of Davis Avenue. I'll be glad when you have to read that.
Right.
Not me.
Right.
Okay, so tell us about what you're doing.
Good evening. My name is Keenan Brin. I'm here. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Cambridge Network Solutions. My address is 100 Apollo Drive, Chelmsford, Mass. I'm also joined by Mr. Jeff Harrington, who represents Cambridge Network Solutions. He can address any particular technical questions you may have regarding construction and whatnot. I can also tell you that we have prepared a traffic maintenance plan for any in all construction that we do in the event, so we can show how the traffic flow would be diverted and whatnot. So I guess at this point, CNS respectfully requests that the town consider the application for fiber installation within existing conduit and manholes between 160 and 242 Washington Street, and ask that the town approves the grant of location. I'll have Jeff.
So
address the
it
question.
sounds like there's, this is more than just digging up the conduit and putting fiber through it. Is it?
Sorry, Jeff Harrington, Cambridge Network Solutions, home address, 120 Church Street, Wilmington, Mass. What we're trying to do is utilize existing conduits rather than to dig up the street. The sections within the town of Brookline public right away is all using existing power conduit. So we've been able to lease space and secure space from Eversource, so we won't be digging up any of the pathways that you've seen. We do have a potential excavation on Route 9 that we're working with the Mass DOT section with. But for the particulars in regards to this is a new fiber optic circuit that is going to feed the high school. There was a bid process to deliver service to the high school at 22 Tappan Street. And what we're trying to do is secure the rights to be able to utilize that conduit to facilitate that fiber cable from an existing splice on Washington, sort of to Route 9, come up Route 9, take it right on Tappan Street, and then go down the existing conduit that was put in when the school was put in to bring it to their IT section. So I hope that helps.
Yeah. So it's for a good purpose. So this is a public hearing. Devin, do we have anyone wishing to speak?
At this time, there are 17 virtual attendees and 1 in person. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
I forgot to ask the select board if there are any comments. No?
No.
Okay, so I move approval of a petition from Cambridge Network Solutions for a grant of location at Washington Street. Underground fiber. I'm not going to read all the details here. I've already read them. But designed to provide fiber optics to the high school. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
You also have the Cypress Street public hearing. We
Yeah,
did Washington.
that's a different one.
Oh, I thought we just did Washington Street,
Yeah, we just did.
and then Cypress Street is the next. Okay,
Okay. Thank you.
same group.
Oh, same group.
Mm.
Okay. Question of approving the petition from Cambridge Network Solutions for a grant of location at Cypress Street, underground fiber northerly from existing Eversource manhole 4697 at the intersection with Boylston Street, a distance of about 97 feet within existing Eversource conduit to pole 4417 on the easterly side of Cypress Street. Overhead fiber northerly from pole 4417, a distance of 22 feet to pole 4416A on the easterly side of Cypress Street, northwesterly from pole 4416A, a distance of 49 feet to pole 19 on the westerly side of Cypress Street, and northeasterly from pole 16, a distance of 117 feet to pole 15 on the westerly side of Cypress Street. Underground fiber northeasterly from pole 15, a distance of about 2 feet within existing Eversource conduit to 22 Tappan Street. Okay, anything else you want to add to that? I
That's
do have a
a
question.
That's a mouthful. Again, Keenan Bren, representing Cambridge Network Solutions, joined by Jeff Harrington. As you specified, we're looking to run a fiber line per the plan submitted. And we're here to take any technical questions you may have.
Okay, so one of the properties in this area is the gas station owned by Elias Audi. And he asked me to, ask some questions about this. Is that going to interfere with people entering and exiting that gas station?
No, so the good news is we're using existing conduit with existing structures. So although we sort of outline that whole pathway with all that footage, really there'll be a vehicle set up at one manhole and set up at another manhole. And we will call in police details. There's a little bit of a mix because we'll have state police details because of that Route 9 area with that permit as well. So I think we'll have the ability to have probably over coverage, if you will, with police officers to make sure. And then what we can do is I'm probably going to guarantee that Mass DOT will issue their permit after 9 o'clock because of traffic flow. So I feel like at any time we should be able to set up. Please, I can leave my phone number if you'd like, and then have him call me, because if there's an issue, we'll just amend it's only one vehicle at each manhole, so we can sort of adjust if we have to. Meaning if we set up and it does create a little bit of a problem, because I can sit here and say, yes, it won't right now, but it might. Then if he gives me, he has my cell phone number, he can call me directly.
Yeah.
And then I can just reach out to the crews, and the crews are usually pretty responsive, because we just want to get the job done, and we're using different vendors. They want to get the job done to get paid for the day. So they generally don't try to become a problem, but certainly I can leave my number as part of the record right now, or whatever.
Yeah. Could you do that? I think that, he reached out and asked. So
Yeah,
think
my
it's
cell phone, we're a guest, and we should provide is 617.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh.
Devin, can you take that down?
Mm.
I'll take it down.
I got it.
We got it.
It's Jeff, Jeff Harrington, 617-999-537.
Thank you.
Five,
I hope they answered
three,
your que-
wait,
537.
999.
I got it.
Okay,
And all this application was the other side of what we spoke about, so we try, probably next time in brevity, we'll try to just put it all in one application, but we were trying to break it up, Washington Street side and the Tappan Street side, but this still speaks to the same, to provide that connection.
okay. Okay, this is a public hearing. Devin, is there anyone who would like to, I'm sorry, any questions or comments from the select board?
No.
It's late, okay? Don't give me grief, Miriam.
I do have just one comment, Bernard.
Yes.
I used to live on Cypress Street, and I'm sure we all know that what the traffic is like on Cypress Street. In the mornings, and then in the afternoons during the commuting time. And it's bumper to bumper, when there isn't anything going on. So I do think this ability to adjust would be important for folks that are that are very dependent upon traveling through that area.
Okay, good.
So just to back up, we were just talking to DPW, so we'll adjust the hours in those sections. I think the other good news is when you're pulling cable, we have the ability to close up manholes and shut down quicker, as opposed to if you're digging a trench, you don't have that luxury. So I think one of the best issues of that will be that we can always stop production and reevaluate because we're pulling a cable versus having to dig a roadway and have to fill a hole, and you just can't do that as quickly. So we should be more nimble on this particular project that we're proposing, but certainly I guess at the beginning of 9 to 2 or something like that would probably start to work. And if we have to adjust, we can. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Any members of the public?
At this time, there are 17 virtual attendees and 1 in person. No one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, give it a few seconds. Few seconds are up. Close the hearing. I'd like to move approval of the petition from Cambridge Network Solutions for a grant of location at Cypress Street, as indicated in the previously described agenda item. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. And thank you for being willing to reach out to this resident.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll make sure the guys cast their vehicles.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, those are the grant of locations, and we're going to talk about doing this in a different way shortly. Item 23, Moderators Pilot Committee. Public hearing and possible vote on the Moderators Pilot Committee recommendations and proposed pilot policy. I assume Alex Leibowitz is on Zoom there?
Yes.
Okay, I
Good
do
evening,
see him.
everyone.
Good evening. So make your presentation and
Keep it
tell us
short.
what you want.
Yes.
Keep it short.
I will keep it as short as humanly possible for the sake of everyone's sanity. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for agreeing to hear us on tonight's packed schedule. I'm Alec Lebovitz, a town meeting member in Precinct 8 and the chair of the Moderators Committee on Pilot, or the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program. And tonight I'll be going briefly over our findings from our draft report that was recently released, as well as our recommendations to the board for policy amendments to the existing pilot program. Very briefly, the pilot program was originally adopted in 2007 and previously revised in 2011. Since that time, no action has occurred except for the 2022 passage of Warrant Article 36, which resulted in the moderator's appointing of the committee. To give a brief overview of how the current policy functions, we currently seek formalized agreements between the town and tax exempt property owners, non-governmental, I should say, that voluntarily agree to enter into a pilot agreement. These are typically negotiated at leverage points when a zoning relief request or other special permit request is pending with the town due to the voluntary nature of the program. Currently, we request that agreement or entities that sign on to an agreement contribute 25% of what would otherwise be the assessed tax levy amount on their tax exempt properties in Brookline. Although this is the stated preference in the policy, there are differences in the agreements that exist with common deviations, including negotiated phase-in provisions or altered contribution rates. And there is a very limited consideration of community benefits allowed within our current policy, set below a value floor. However, it should be noted that none of the active agreements in Brookline currently contain any community benefit provision. At a very high level, our most basic finding was that participation rates are low in Brookline for the pilot program. Currently, only 31% of eligible entities have such an agreement with the town. This, to the committee, I think demonstrates a real opportunity for the town to focus on improving program participation over the coming years and drive corresponding increases in program revenue as well. The fact is currently that 7 in 10 tax exempt community organizations are making no direct contributions to our municipal services, even as the tax levy of their Brookline properties has already been shifted onto households. Looking at specific statistics for the current program, there are currently 22 active pilot agreements between the town and tax exempt entities present in Brookline. The last fiscal year, this yielded the town approximately 1.83 million in revenue. However, 50 eligible entities that own property that is exempted from taxation in Brookline currently have no agreement and make no contribution to the town, or no monetary contribution to the town, I should say. Those entities together comprise ownership of over 83 parcels that are valued at over $780 million in fiscal year 2023 value. Based on this, and assuming a 100% participation rate and ignoring any potential negotiated phase-in provisions, this puts a ceiling of potential unrealized revenue for pilots in FY 2023 at approximately $1.94 million. To give that some context, that's comparable to some of the annual departmental budgets of town departments, such as the IT department, which currently employs 12 full-time employees. As you can see, this means that we are currently nowhere near the ceiling of potential pilot revenue. Further, universal compliance with our own existing policy would more than double our current annual programmatic revenues. This chart gets a little bit more into the breakdown of where we're currently seeing program revenue and where we see opportunities for unrealized program revenues. As you can see, the majority of our current program revenue comes from two categories: entities that are exempted from taxation for charitable purposes or for educational purposes. This is largely due to a small number of agreements the town has secured with large nonprofit medical systems and universities, as well as local cultural institutions like the Coolidge Corner Theater. However, as you can see, there are still major revenue opportunities, even within those two categories, comprising well over $1 million in potential unrealized revenue. Notably, the large majority of eligible entities exempted for religious purposes currently make no pilot contribution to the town and have no agreement, leaving over $715,000 in unrealized program revenue there alone. And as you can see, even comparing our estimated FY 2024 program revenue to the unrealized revenue from FY 2023, we stand to more than double potential program revenue, assuming 100% compliance. This leads us to our policy recommendations to the board. We were charged with coming up with either bylaw or programmatic policy reforms. At this time, we're recommending no bylaw changes and only making recommendations to the select board to adopt as policy. These can be broken into 4 broad categories. One is adopting a more proactive and periodic outreach strategy to these eligible and non-participating entities. Second, we recommend that benefits be identified and made available to entities that participate in good faith with the pilot program and fulfill their contributions in order to further incentivize and reward participation. We recommend that we continue to increase program transparency and raise public awareness around the pilot program. And finally, we recommend that community benefits in lieu of monetary contributions be allowed only in certain circumstances when those benefits are easily appraisable in value and when they are expected to contribute a widespread community benefit. To dig a little deeper into these, starting with number 1, rather than waiting for the emergence of a leverage point, the committee recommends that the town adopt a proactive outreach strategy to non-participating entities. Specifically, we envision this outreach taking the form of an explanatory letter prepared annually by the finance department that explains how the pilot program functions, outlines what each entity would be expected to contribute under our current pilot policy, and includes an invitation to begin good faith negotiations with the town. We also think this would provide a good opportunity for the town to inform non-participating entities of any other potential incentives that might be adopted per our other recommendations, as well as the fact that now under the town's new bylaws, that pilot program statistics and participation will be made public annually and disclosed by the town finance department. This outreach, we believe, should continue to support the development of new negotiated pilot agreements rather than a approach taken by other communities like Boston that do not negotiate formalized agreements, because we believe for a community the size of Brookline and with the composition of community organizations that Brookline has, negotiated agreements provide us greater certainty in the long run. Moving to our second recommendation, because the pilot program is a voluntary program, we believe it is essential that we identify where and when possible to align incentives to encourage participation. As such, the committee recommends that these benefits be identified, particularly in cases that incur no new cost to the town, and be made available to participating entities. We believe we've identified one such benefit that has the potential to be a very strong incentive, and that is participation in the Brookline-led Purchasing Collaborative, which is currently comprised of over 10 Massachusetts municipalities. And the way the Purchasing Collaborative functions is that it leverages members' collective purchasing power to negotiate discounts on the prices of many types of fuel, office supplies, and office furniture. An example of the Purchasing Collaborative in effect can be seen in fiscal year 2024 negotiated prices for heating oil, which members will be able to purchase at $1.30 less than the state average price per gallon. And for office furniture discounts, where members would be able to purchase for 50 to 70% off list price, depending on the type of furniture and the volume of the purchase. The committee recommends that to begin with, access to the Purchasing Collaborative be made available to entities that participate in the pilot program and fulfill their obligations under their existing and future negotiated agreements. We believe this will provide not only a tangible monetary benefit to these organizations that incentivizes pilot participation, but will also strengthen the Purchasing Collaborative by increasing its purchasing power, providing the town with a win-win. Moving to our third recommendation, in addition to better aligning incentives, program transparency can provide further social incentives for voluntary pilot participation. A significant transparency measure was already codified into the town bylaws in 2022, which will require the town to publish data about all eligible entities annually, including whether or not they are participating in the pilot program. To augment this important measure, we recommend that the select board strategically use its platform to offer social recognition to entities fulfilling their obligations and to raise public awareness of this new annual data disclosure. The committee envisioned this taking place perhaps in the form of an annual programmatic update. This would allow the board to track program performance over time, particularly if these recommendations are adopted, to monitor if revenues and participation are improving. It will allow the board to publicize and praise the list of participating entities and to draw public attention to the town's annual data disclosure. This is a voluntary program, and putting a spotlight on entities that willingly fulfill what we believe is their social responsibility to Brookline is an easy way to reward these entities for being good neighbors and to provide a social incentive for non-participating entities to consider negotiating an agreement.
Okay, Alice, can you wrap up?
Yes, this is my last slides. And just finally, our final recommendation, looking at community benefits. As we said, we feel that these should only be allowed within the confines of negotiated agreements and only in instances where the benefit is widely available to the community and where the appraised value is easily determinable by the finance department to ensure that we are not missing out on potentially greater value in monetary contributions. We do, however, recommend that the value floor be eliminated for the consideration of community benefits and that this this test be administered in its place. And with that, I'll conclude and point you for any additional details to our draft report. I'm also happy to take any questions the board has. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the select board? Yes, Miriam.
I'm almost sorry to ask because I'm so tired, but first, thank you. This was fabulous. I really appreciate it. Why wasn't the recommendation that we do a bylaw change? Like, I feel like, and maybe it's just me, so I would love to hear from the other select board members, but I feel like just asking these folks who have already been non-compliant to comply isn't going to get us very far. But if we make a bylaw that they have to comply, nope. Okay. Chaz is going to answer that.
It's, as Alex said, payment in lieu of taxes is totally voluntary.
Nothing we can do.
There's nothing you can do, nothing. And I just want to say for the record, even sending a letter, like I very much appreciate the committee's work, but like the idea of sending a letter to a bunch of churches saying, hey guys, would you mind paying this money that you would owe in taxes? I'd get sued so fast my head would spin. We can't do that. So I appreciate the thought, but we can't.
John?
Well,
And then Paul, I see you.
Chaz is absolutely correct. Under current state law. And one of the things that I have to say surprised me about this committee, because I did sit in on one of their discussions, and it happened to be the day that on the agenda was an explanation of some state legislation that would change the law in Massachusetts to require uniformly across all communities that these nonprofits pay a minimum tax. And what surprised me was the committee decided not to take a stand on that. And until that law is changed, I think all of the good intentions of this committee, are not going to amount to much change in our ability to wheedle tax payments out of people who don't have to make tax payments. So can you sum up why the committee chose not to act on expressing support for the change in the state law?
Yeah, happy to comment on that. So the state law in question is referenced in the draft report. We do have a link to its language in the footnotes. That would not require a minimum tax for currently exempted organizations. What it would do is it would allow communities to make pilot contributions mandatory for organizations with greater than $15 million in property holdings. I think that conforms to a lot of the goals the committee had. It would certainly increase program revenues. It would increase participation among larger, entities with greater property holdings in Brookline. I think we considered in our discussions, as I recall, that to be a bit beyond our scope, where our charge from the moderator was to recommend policy or bylaw changes that could be adopted in Brookline to improve our program. So while I think that legislation is good and well-intentioned and there's merit to it, we didn't feel it appropriate to necessarily take a stance on it.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, so I have two questions. And Alec, thank you to for chairing the committee and the work that your committee to do. Great work. So two questions. First, did you do any benchmarking against other municipalities about how we're doing with our contribution? We're at 31%, I think, participation. You could do it by category. Did you look and see how are we doing versus others?
We did. So unfortunately, program transparency is an issue not just in Brookline, but widely spread. So there was sometimes data issues with looking at other participation rates in other communities. I can give you, for instance, Boston's participation rate is over 75%. And Boston adopted several of the policies, actually more aggressive forms of some of the policy changes we are recommending. Boston, for instance, they don't send a letter annually, they send an invoice annually to every entity, participating or not. This originally was an idea we entertained at the advice of town council. We modified that to be an explanatory letter. We felt there was more leeway there and more ability for town staff to customize a kind of letter to conform with state law to address Mr. Carey's concern earlier. I can say there were some smaller communities that we saw who had lower participation rates. I think that reflects some of the successes that Brookline's pilot policy has had, particularly in the early years. We are somewhat unique among the communities we looked at in that we emphasize formal pilot agreements. This was a reason I think that contributes to our success is compared to other communities like Milton is one we looked at, as well as I think Holden was the other one, where the participation rate was below 20%. So, you know, we're not the worst performing program in the state. We're certainly far from the best. But, you know, I think we have strengths and weaknesses here that can we, you know,
our nearest neighbor is doing quite differently than we are. They're at 70% Boston. And then to John's point, and maybe John can answer this, or Alec, maybe you could take it. What would it mean for us to support the legislation? Is that speaking at the State House? Is it us writing a letter as the select board? What does support mean? John, do you know?
You're asking me.
Well, you said
well,
they didn't recommend supporting it.
I think it's worth considering whether the select board should send a letter of support for this. You know, but again, I mean, this was the committee that was set up to look at it, and they're not even recommending that the select board send a letter. So I'm just kind of puzzled by the whole thing. And I just want to, as long as I'm talking, Alex, I think you should put into context that number you used for Boston, because that is not representative of how much cash payments the nonprofits in Boston make. If anybody does a Google search on Boston and this whole problem of nonprofits not paying taxes, you'll find Boston is as equally angry as Brookline over how little they get. A huge share of what they get is so-called community benefits. And they have this ongoing issue of, you know, the nonprofit gets to say what the value of their presence in the community is, but it's very little of it is tangible, you know, cash that you can actually count against your bottom line. And that they currently get, according to something I'm looking at right now, 34.4 million in cash payments in lieu of taxes. That's from all of the nonprofits in Boston, which we all know that's just a fraction of the value of their holdings and or what they would pay if they were paying full taxes.
Okay, any other discussion?
If I could just briefly respond to that point, John, I think you're dead on there, and that reflects why the committee made the recommendations about community benefits we did. That is an issue in Boston, and one that's been raised repeatedly, particularly by the activist base there, has been frustration with the fact that many of the community benefits that are received by those nonprofits are not easily appraisable, and in some cases so narrowly targeted that they might be, for instance, a micro grant that benefits one person, right, and a handful of individuals. So we wanted to put up clear guardrails to prevent that. At the same time, their participation rate far outstrips Brookline's.
Okay. Is this a public hearing? Regina, quickly, I'll let you speak.
It is a public hearing.
Oh, it is a public hearing. Okay. So,
And I want to be public.
well, I'm letting you speak. So speak.
If you're finished.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm opening up the public hearing.
Regina Frawley from South Brookline, Precinct 16. Alex, I have a couple of questions. Did you look at the private homes that are being called occupied by religious of different religions. Did you factor that into the pilot program study? Secondly, did you also factor in whether those exempted properties, whether they're legitimate or not, and I can tell you some of them are not legitimate, whether they would charge fees for the public uses such as their garbage collection, their whatever, their water, etc. Do we at least get paid for those things? Those are two questions I have.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we did look, we were limited in our data collection to look at entities that have tax exempt status. So if there were lodgings or religious lodging houses that aren't registered with the federal government or the state government as tax exempt, that would not have been captured in our data. So it's a possibility that some of those that you're referencing may not be captured. I will say there were some residential use buildings owned by tax exempt religious entities that are included in this data. And you can see those individual parcels and owners in the appendices of the draft report. Those comprise a very, very low amount compared to the other major categories. Discounting, or I should say, separating out residential from religious in general, it comprises a very, very small amount of money. I think, as I recall, the potential unrealized pilot revenue there is in the neighborhood of $25,000 annually. So it wasn't a very significant portion we didn't feel based on the data we had.
May I respond to that? When I did the book, Where in the World is Your Precinct? The assessor's office provided me with a map that I requested showing all the residential exemptions of religious. It was very extensive. I would have to challenge your statement that it would be only $25,000 a year. It was extensive, number one. Number two, and this is always a problem with even the wording of the contract, sometimes you do. There's not enough vetting to prove that these people are, in fact, qualified religious people. And we just exposed that recently in my precinct. And so we haven't been getting the kind of money we should have been getting all this time. And I still want to know about the fees.
Okay, thank you.
Did you look at the fees for these buildings?
I see Lincoln. Yeah.
Yes. Good evening. Lincoln Heineman. I'm the town's finance director. Thank you. To answer that part of that question, yes, absolutely. Any nonprofit entity or any entity that has trash pickup, water service, sewer service pays the full rate that any other entity would for that service.
Okay, thank you. I do suggest for any follow-up that you look at work with the assessor to isolate these homes and then maybe figure out a way to validate whether these people are legitimate religious people. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the public?
At this time, there are 13 virtual attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, I'd like to close the public hearing. Any further comments from the select board? No? Okay. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
I know. Okay, next on my agenda here is licensing pilot discussion, or is there?
I have warrant articles next, but we can do it either order, I guess.
Well, okay, actually, I do see warrant articles. Okay.
Yeah, so you get your proposed, we have one proposed warrant article for you to sponsor to add to the warrant. This is, as you discussed, the home rule petition for offering discount water and sewer rates. It's virtually identical to the home rule petition that was submitted in 2019, approved by voice vote, and then for some reason never reached the legislature. The only change is it adds a new category of potential discount for income eligible residents, so that if we wanted to, we could design a program that also potentially benefited low income residents. I want to highlight that this article is not the program, right? The development of the program is happening now with the working group. that DPW is helping run. Jay Hersey and Aaron Shute are running. And I want to be clear that that's still a ways away. The purpose of submitting this now is that it takes a long time to get through the legislature. And so concurrently with the efforts to make to develop the program, we want to have the home rule petition authorizing us to do the program in the works. So this seems relatively uncontroversial. It's based on the conversations we had earlier in the year. And with the select board's approval, we will submit this for town meeting.
Okay, any questions?
Can I just add one more thing to the presentation? For Paul's benefit, since this is kind of the first warrant that's about to close since you've been elected, we have this as a placeholder for board members that may be working on different committees that may have warrant articles that are going to be sponsored by the board. So this is the opportunity to make sure that everyone's aware of what potentially might be filed with the board as the sponsor. So just kind of calling that out. I don't believe there's any other articles that I'm aware of that the board might be working on. We do have a couple of staff articles that we're looking to finalize as well, but this is more about committee work.
Okay, any further discussion on this? So we have to vote, I assume.
Yes.
No, we normally don't have votes for this. This is just more of a courtesy to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Okay, so we can just tell you that we're on the same page with you.
Bernard, I just want to make a quick comment and
Sure.
thank Commissioner Galantine and Mr. Hersey, as well as Chaz and Town Council. I know that they came together pretty quickly to come up with something that was very simple to put forward, but important based on the feedback that we heard at the last water and sewer rate discussion. So I just wanted to say thank you for being responsive to the request for making the possibility of potentially modified discount programs. So thank you very much.
Okay, let's move on to the licensing pilot discussion.
Yes.
This is a public hearing also?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Would you like to let the licensing pilot program also hear grants of location?
Dear God,
Yes.
Would you vote to authorize that? And then we will do it.
Okay, I move.
I wonder if we could wait till after 11.
Right. Now let's see if we can get in before 11. I want to finish this meeting in the same day it started.
Yeah.
I move approval of the proposal to incorporate grants of location into the licensing hearings that we currently operate on a pilot basis and continue those as a permanent part of our procedures here. Is that clear? Okay, all in favor? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, finally, last item. Let's see if we can get this done before 11. Boards and commission appointments. I'm sorry, I don't have my notes.
Trustees of Walnut Hill.
Yeah, so you have Randolph John before you for two reappointment votes, the trustees, Walnut Hill Cemetery trustees and the zoning board of
Do we have
appeals.
names?
It's just Randolph John.
Oh,
He
okay.
is applying for reappointment and there is no contest for his seat on both of those boards.
Okay, I move approval of Randall Micklejohn for the trustees of Walnut Hill Cemetery and the planning board?
Zoning
Board of
Zoning
Appeals.
Zoning Board of Appeals. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
The next
Chair votes aye.
The next is a planning board appointment. This has come before you. Mark Cirillo is applying for reappointment. And the board has reviewed his application as well as talked to the chair and town staff. So that is before you for a vote this evening.
Okay, I move approval of Mark Zerillo for the planning board. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
And then-
Finally, committee of 7.
You just need to pick one of you to serve on this committee. There's a beautiful memo from Tony Quigley, who you heard from earlier this evening, about all the details, in addition to the other members who will be serving on the committee from school committee and the building commission.
Okay, these are important committees, and have any select board members not served on a committee of 7?
I
Other than
haven't.
Paul?
I haven't.
Okay, would one of you like to serve on this committee?
Can I ask a question that I may have missed this one as the newbie? Can you tell me the commission of 7? Maybe, I should know this, but maybe it's just too late.
No, it's not. No reason why you should know this. I mean, these are committees set up under our bylaws to review and select design professionals or others in connection with building programs.
They meet a small number of times
Yeah.
to launch basically the process by which we determine the design for and the estimated cost of a project.
And what you meet on is to review submissions by various service providers, professionals, and then you vote on the one to be selected for the project.
And I will say Tony is a very experienced in the
Yes.
process.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
leads it, and he knows he just makes it as painless as possible.
But I mean, I just ask a question, which I attempted to get this information earlier today, and I for whatever reason wasn't successful. It's stated in the materials that go with this agenda item that the money for the cost of the project will come from the remaining funds from the high school project, but it doesn't say how much remaining funds we have.
1.2 million.
Okay, 1.2 million. So, and is that a reasonable ballpark figure for what it might cost to do this tunnel work? I know that the part of the committee of 7 process is aimed at getting an estimate of what it's going to cost, but are we reasonably certain it won't be over 1.2 million? Do you know?
I do not.
Tony's not here any longer, right?
No, but
Yeah.
that I think you can answer pretty clearly, yes. Like because I know we're still looking at some of the leftover remnants from the MBTA and the
Mhm.
station. There's
Mhm.
still a little bit of closeout to go on this project.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be over $1 million,
Yeah,
he says.
let's hope.
Um,
Let's hope. Yeah.
Okay, I guess, John, you volunteered to do this.
I'm happy to do it.
Okay, any objections, Paul, the other person who has not served on these committees?
No, I think, matter of fact, if John served, I'd be happy to kind of tag along to get a feel for what this is.
There'll be another one coming up.
Okay, I'm sure
You'll
there's
have
a-
your chance.
I do think I did just take on, I think, rite of passage, whatever those things we just approved as part of the licensing committee. So I think that's going to be
Okay.
some additional.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're going to have a lot of fun.
Okay, on favor of John Bonskoyak serving on the committee of 7 for design and selection for structural and waterproofing repairs to the Brookline High School tunnel project. On favor, please indicate by saying aye. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. That concludes our.
Yay.
So I do want to,
Oh, that's right. We have.
yes,
Oh,
as part of this policy, we have allowed for the remaining public comments to happen at the conclusion of the regular meeting. And I want to read out those names first. Charlie Homer, Al Rain, Fran Perler, Jessica Ryan, Susan Cohen, and Regina Frawley. The first person signed up is Fran Perler, and you've been promoted to a panelist. Your time will begin when you're ready.
Hi, I'll try to be brief. I'm a precinct 8 town meeting member, and I have the unique insight of living within a couple hundred feet of Harvard Street. For brevity, I won't shower Maria with accolades. I think she did a really good job and has been very responsive. So I represent more middle-class folks who want middle-class housing. Most of Harvard Street is going to be luxury, and it's going to increase rents in the surrounding moderately priced area. I really like the form-based zoning in general. And I even wondered if it should be applied to all the commercial zones in Brookline. One of the objections to my neighbors is North Brookline has enough hassles. What's good for us should be good for all of Brookline. So my comments relate mostly to the area north of Beacon Street. Although Maria incorporated a lot of the community into this proposal, there was an awful lot that didn't get in. So to say that the Harvard Street plan represents the community's input is only partially correct. Things like the 10-foot backyard setback is something that's very important to us. Things like parking are very important to us. Things like the 125 mom and pop businesses on Harvard Street that might be displaced are important to us. If when I asked how many small lots were present, I was told not a lot, but I live here and I can tell you half of the lots on JFK Crossing on the Com Ave side are less than 100 feet.
You have 30 seconds.
If they're not going to be built up, why not have the 10 feet? I will send something in, but let me tell you that my neighbors who've lived here for 10, 20, 30, or 40 years are talking about moving out of town if this area gets more congested, more built up. And although we want commercial success, we've had two really popular new stores, Tate and the Far Out, and it's been an assault on our neighborhood. And we just worry about the consequence of all this. I'll send you a letter later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Regina.
Couple of questions. When you're doing miscellanea, I noticed that that the country club is going to get use of 2 properties on Lars Anderson. Those properties tend to, in the past, to be for low-income residents of the town. Sometimes not so low income, but they had to pay their 1099s, I can tell you that. Can you tell me why the country club wants to occupy those 2? I know they're doing a service, they're going to fix up a couple of things, but all the people who get the low income rentals around town do the same thing.
So that was taken off the agenda tonight.
I'm sorry, wait a second.
That was taken off the agenda tonight. It'll come back up at a future meeting. The board.
Okay, can you make sure I know about what they're going to use it for?
Well, we can tell you that right
Tell you that
now.
right now. Staff housing.
I'm sorry?
Staff housing.
Their staff housing.
Yes.
Are you going to inflict on them a restriction?
We will send, we have it in writing, right?
Mhm.
We'll send it to you. Can we do that?
Yeah, that's in the
We'll
packet.
send
Sure. Is it going to be for low income though, their staff? I hope.
No. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that was basically what I wanted to say about one thing. The second thing is, I'd like to see this board get behind the movement that's growing in Massachusetts to take a look at the opiate money and make sure that it includes the police. I'm not here to advocate for the police. I am here to advocate that the police have the same exposure to things like fentanyl when they handle people. They also give the Narcan drugs, just like the fire department. And right now, that money is excluding the police. So there's a growing movement from different towns to say that's not fair. I think even the Globe has written that. I hope this board will think of that as something they should get behind and make sure that that money is not just going to be for certain victims or like even the fire department, but also even the police, because they are at risk if they handle somebody with fentanyl on their skin. Thank you.
I mean, I let me be very clear about one thing. The idea that fentanyl it causes danger by physical contact alone is false. 100% false, 1000% false. And all those videos you see out there of people claiming physical contact is either a panic attack or something more malicious. So I just want to make clear to the community that that does not happen. That's a myth. And we need to be more cognizant about what fentanyl is and isn't in order to combat the menace that it is. I also assure you that we are being very good stewards of that opiate money, and that includes the efforts of the police department on these matters. The police have been excellent at working through not just the aftermath of this, but harm mitigation and reduction with the health department. So I assure you that we are very much on top of that.
Chaz, are you saying that there's nobody who touches or breathes it?
Wait, no, let's not get into.
I'm not getting into a medical back and forth. What I'm saying is touching those videos you see about people going into anaphylactic shock because they accidentally touched phenyl is a myth.
Okay,
Thanks.
who else?
That's it. Everyone who I cited earlier is no longer in the meeting.
Okay, well, thank you. Let us end the meeting.